Okay, so let's begin. So, welcome to an attempt of a tutorial. Probably it's not going to be as in-depth as I've done in the past with other runs within the tutorial aspect. Mainly because I've only really ever ran this in one way, and it's not the intent of why this tutorial is being put together. So I'm going to try and keep it a bit more condensed, try and show the top things that I personally use in the run, as well as some of the things I've actually come across while prepping up for this tutorial. And I'll pretty much try and point out certain things that I'm doing that are not necessarily required as per the run. It's just things that I do to just push it forward a little quicker because I find it a bit more comfortable to do. As well as just give the general mindset of going through the run and what to keep in mind, at least from what I can recall. So with that being said, as always, start off with the more traditional sense. Category run begins on game mode select. New game. I was going to say new game plus, but there's not a new game plus. So starting on new game, simply put 3, 2, 1, go, and that'll be timer starts. I know that's a bit of a formality, but just to put it there. So, depending on which version you're running, whether it be console or PC, as it turns out, the difference between Ultimate and original DLC is invalid. There's no differences in that point. But if you happen to be a console runner, you will lose about 10 seconds roughly into the run, simply because of the save screen load times. Mainly because if you actually save, it will have a stutter delay on this one versus PC, where it will just go straight away. So usually, if you're looking for overall speed, you'd hit no. You still lose time for it, overall said upwards of 10 seconds. If you actually save, you lose a bit more. But it is what it is. But I believe most people are PC runners, but I thought I'd at least put that there just in case there's other console runners out there. So it's entirely up to you. It's faster to say no for console. It's faster to say yes for PC. But of course, if you want to play safe, you say yes anyway, at least. And if you do take a death, you're covered. For the purposes of the tutorial, I will be using the save just so I keep things going forward along. So before I actually move it forward, I'll just quickly talk about a couple of the mechanics within the run itself and the abilities that Shantae has as a part of this run.
Good to go.
Simple sword slash, very slow at the moment. If you ever have a sword at level 1, something's gone horribly wrong, ideally you should never go into level 2 when you're actually doing offense. Depends on how tight you cover your gem mechanic, your gems, because gems in this is what levels you up, as the same as all the other costume modes within this run, within this game. So the more gems you get, the more you level up, upwards of 4 levels. Ideally you want to be at max level for as much as you humanly can, or at least throughout the battles of the run. That's a more general rule of thumb. For ninja mode, as long as you're in level 3, for the most part you will be safe. Reason being, one of the main abilities for Shantae in ninja mode is her ninja vanish. So that can be used to pretty much just go in a couple of directions, maneuverability. Covers a bit of distance, but it, of course, teleports you forward, helps you to avoid damage. Maybe if you want to be at level 3 is because Shantae gets the best distance from level 3 onwards, and there's actually no difference between level 3 and level 4 when it comes to Ninja Vanish. So as long as you're in level 3, in terms of maneuverability, you're at the best that you can be. Of course, if you want to be at level 4, because level 4 will give you faster sword slashing, as well as best sword slashing, as well as best output damage with your sword. Her special ability being, or magic ability being Shuriken, which in terms of this run is very much a non-formality for this part. It's realistically never required. Maybe a couple of points where you can use it, and there's only really one point where you can save a little bit of time with it, but it's not. That's the general gist of what Ninja Shantae is available to do. She also has a backdash. That only gets used in certain points with one specific mechanic, known as a backdash jump, which I will come up with when we get to the next part of this run, because the next screen is where that's really going to come in. That's just the generalised basics of what you need to know for this run. So I mentioned the Ninja Vanish for mobility. Although I don't remember the numbers, in terms of ground speed, Ninja Shantae is at her fastest compared to any other category in the costume mode sections. However, once you get to level 2, with Ninja Vanish onward, her ground speed is actually faster with Ninja Vanish, so the more you can use Ninja Vanish on the ground from level 2 onwards in a straight line, you're actually quicker than her general movement. She's also quicker backdashing, which is going to be the main thing we're going to use to open this run up with. I will say, just for the purposes, any backdashing, of course, is realistically not required for any part of the run. It just helps to add a bit more speed as long as your backdashing is good. But it's only really used mandatory by myself in a few spots. But there is a couple of backdash jumps, which I said we'll get to, that I use. Some are not required. Some I would suggest getting used to. Otherwise, you have to wait for certain cycles, which again I'm talking to a little more when we get there. Alright, so let me just restart the world and we'll go over the first part of this area. So backdashing is pretty much used mostly at the first part. Main reason being, as I say, ground speed overall, backdashing is quicker. In terms of this opening section, there is actually another reason why. So if you just keep her running, she will get caught by those Tinker Capsules at the start of the run. You can use Ninja Vanish to try and get past them, but I don't believe level 1 can actually get past. And I've got a Starfish on me, great. So actually using backdash in the first part will allow you to bypass that as long as your backdash connectivity are the same, or is good enough. They'll give you more than enough to get past those Tinker Capsules at the start. There is a good little thing when it comes to, at least for the opening part of the run, if you want to go straight into backdashing. So first you need to just turn around and then initiate backdashing with your shoulder button. In my case, in terms of PlayStation controls, I'll talk in that sense. That'll be on my L2 configuration. For some reason, with Ninja backdashing, as well as just at the start of the area, you're able to buffer certain commands. So you could literally start the run off. As soon as you get into this first part where it's going rect to go, you can just hold left to hold away to turn Shantae around, as well as holding L2 or whatever your backdash button is, to automatically kick off a backdash from the moment the run begins. So that'll get you into position. Then once you see the movement, you can release the direction and just go crazy. Alright, so other than that, most of the starting part is a combination of just running and using Ninja Vanish, making sure to get certain gem pots along your way. The idea is by the time you get to the first boss, you want to at least be at level 3. There are ways of getting to level 4, but the time consumption versus the time saved is basically a negative. So level 3 is pretty much just what you want to get to in general. So for the first part, main thing is backdashing along certain straights where you can. When you get to the overwater bridges, you can use some backdash jumpers just to save yourself a little bit of speed, but at this point you're better off just hopping over the platform and getting across. When you get to here, Ninja Vanish up and across to the right to be able to make this platform here. Come in 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got these two blocks. So you can either delay, wait for them, you can do a Ninja Vanish upwards and get over the top of them there. There is a risky aspect that you can do, and that's using a Ninja Vanish across. You have to be a little careful though. On corners, like Shantae has a problem with corners quite a lot of the series. If you do it a little too soon, you get your feet caught, then unfortunately you'll end up basically stuttering yourself, and you'll just have the Starfish right on your backside. So you've got to time it correctly. If you time it correctly, you should be able to Ninja Vanish through like that. But that is of course a little bit risky in regards to what goes. As I say, you can just choose to Ninja Vanish upwards, or you can just delay, let them go by, and then cross paths. But it's just to keep that in mind, just in case. How you doing, Picon? You're welcome. So yeah, once again, keep your backdashes solid at the start. You can use the buffer by holding left and backdash from the moment you kick off. Just manoeuvre yourself across the top of here. 1, 2, 3, 4 backdashes. Get the gem pop you want. You want all the gems you want. Don't go up towards to get that Ninja Vanish. If you want to go for that, you can get that Ninja Vanish there by going across, by going a direct right. But as I say, if you want to play safe, when it comes across, then you can just go upwards and across in order to bypass them, or you can delay and let them come into you. So last time, and then I'll get this going forward. Buffer in your direction, left and shoulder for your backdash if you choose to go for backdash techniques. And then just keep the ribbon going, jump over that guy, follow the platforms, turn 2, 3, 4, break the pop, Ninja Bash up and toward. 1, 2, 3, 4. And in this point, you can just do that, as I mentioned. If you want to play safe, you lose a small amount of time for it, but at least it gives you a much better opportunity to avoid the Starfish. Whereas, as I mentioned, if you go for that Vanish, as you just saw the first time round, I got my feet caught there because I did it a little too suddenly, and that's what led to me dropping that particular Ninja Vanish. Right, so let's move it on. I need to restart it just to get my gem count back, because I need to have a certain amount of gems as per talking about this, because gem management is important as part of it, as it is with a lot of the costume mode categories. 1, 2, up, and Ninja Vanish up to the top here. 2 pops there, nice in position. Wow! Hello, Tinkerbell. Didn't realise you were going to get me there. Alright, well, I can get my gems back in a bit. I'll just keep pushing forward, just showing what it is. So you've got the 2 gems there, Ninja Vanish up and towards to get to them. Run across these platforms, and then you've got this gem pot here, which you can collect for that here. Land, and just open it up, that's fine. If you want to take a bit of a chance at it, you can sort of like run tiny jumping right, so you can just break the pot and just go. But you may run the risk of dropping some gems. Land, 1, 2, Ninja Vanish, 1, 2, 3, 4, and off. So the Ninja Vanish there is just because, as I say, after doing a couple of backdash, you could just go like backdash and jump over him. Sometimes you can get yourself a little caught up like that. So the Ninja Vanish is just a safeguard to keep your gems in the right position. As mentioned, but the gem route I'm going to be showing mostly, it's going to be very tight set. As mentioned, all the backdashes that I'm doing, mine outside of the start. In the start, I would personally recommend mainly just to avoid the Tinker Capsule. Any of the others at this point in the moment are not necessarily required. If you don't want to use the backdash, you can just simply run across and then just follow yourself all the way around here. 1, 2, 3. Ninja Vanish through them. Don't do any dashes. Ninja Vanish to bypass that Tinker Capsule there. Everyone's after my blood. Yeah, that capsule will never be in your way. You just come through, Ninja Vanish, run through, Ninja Vanish, you're good. What might die? Then to finalise the area, just here, 1, 2, 3, get that gem pot. And by the time you're on that, you should be at level 2 and you can start doing your Ninja Vanishes completely. So not as much Ninja Vanishing required for the start, it's mostly just generalised platforming, backdashes to speed up a few bits if you choose to. I would still recommend using it at the opening part of the run so you can get past those first set of Tinker Capsules. Once you get to about halfway point, then when you get to certain enemies, it's better off just using Ninja Vanish. It's a safer aspect, because ideally you do not want to take any hit. There are backup gems in the next section that you can collect in case of those kind of events that have happened to you. But, as mentioned, that is pretty much the gist of it. From the moment we get to level 2 though, Ninja Vanish is going to become much more of a primary part of the run. As mentioned, from level 2 onwards it will have the better ground speed level. Although level 2 is not that much quicker than backdashing around the place, it is still slightly faster. And of course once we get to level 3 it is most definitely quicker to use Ninja Vanish. But of course, this is where the whole point of this tutorial is going to be a bit more awkward, considering what I'm going to be showing you is the way I personally run the game, and I use a lot of the higher tech stuff with the Ninja Vanish, and some of it can be a bit hectic at times. As I said, I can only suggest certain approaches you may be able to take, but the early part is a bit more straightforward. It's a little more straightforward. You don't have to worry so much about a number of technicalities. If you don't, as I say, in areas where cycle-based stuff are not going to be as much of a major, anything that I use Ninja Vanish maneuverability for can be replaced with just running, or try and point them out as well as you go, which will include this next section. You can eliminate some Ninja Vanishes, although some are still required to actually get around the place, unless you really want to go all the way around the long way, and then it is what it is. Right, so get the gems back in place, and hopefully I can just show this first part in one swoop, and then we can go on to the next section real quick. Go for the backdash, get the backdashes going. Once you get to the ledge, jump over, run across the sides here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Quick pop. Vanish up and across. Land 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 1 and 2. Land. Get these two gem pops at the top. Up and across. That hop there. 1, 2. Ninja vanish through. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ninja vanish up and across to the right. Maneuver about 1, 2, 3. Up. Ninja vanish through the starfish. Ninja vanish through the tinker capsule. A couple more backdashes there if you want. I chose not to on this occasion. Hop, hop, hop. Get the gem pop. Not meant to catch that box there, but that's the basic gist of it. You know what? I'm going to say on. I remembered I've got 10 minutes in the start. I can go one more, and then I won't do this too much. But yeah, backdash at the start. General running through that section here. 4 backdashes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Break the pop. Vanish up to the right. Ninja vanish for the starfish, up and across. Ninja vanish up top here, get these pops. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. So I mean, but not had there. Get that gem pop there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Up and across. Run across. 1, 2, 3. Up here, ninja vanish through. Ninja vanish through capsule. Backdash if you want. Get up and across. 1, 2, up. Get the gem pop. You should be at level. You should be at level. I just realised a mistake I made. Unfortunately, this does mean I'm going to have to do this once more time. I've actually got myself at a higher level than I'm meant to go. So let's get the gems in the right place, and then I'll take that as a lesson learned. Let's not overdo one section. I don't want to end up having a 10-hour tutorial. So I'll keep quiet for this one and just go through it and just hopefully see it in just general motion. And that's the first section, basically, in a nutshell. Although I don't know if you may have noticed it, but there are certain parts, like when I went to do, it's a shorter ninja vanish up to the right, I usually put a little hop in there. This category has a bit of an oddity with ninja vanish, where from the ground going upwards in any direction, she likes to be a little weird about it sometimes. I find it just throwing that little hop helps it out in areas. Some are generally required because it's just you need the extra height with the vanish, but other than that, that's the generalised aspect of the first area. So there are a number of things you can manoeuvre, as I say, but a lot of the backdash, or a good number of the backdashing manoeuvrabilities can be replaced with just running if you so see fit. Alright, so moving on to the second area. So this is, so as I say, from this point on, only the first screen really is mostly just manoeuvres from walking and backdashing. This is where Ninja Vanish really comes into play. It's much more of a major later, but this is where we start using it. And usually this is where you keep account, well, it's where I keep account in my mind as to how many vanishes are required. You can try and get away with like mashing your Ninja Vanish. In this case, it's triangle for me. I find it's a bit inconsistent with that though, so you just get a feel for when the timings of the Ninja Vanish happen and just time your vanishes accordingly. If there's ever any issues, you can always cut certain vanishes out on the straight and narrows and just figure out what kind of counts you prefer. So there is a bit of a cycle I'm trying to keep at the start, but not much. So this is just usually 1, 2, 3, hit, up and up. So that's the first part. So a few things there, as I say, ground speed for Ninja Vanish is just quicker from level 2 onwards. Count of 3, jump and slash to take out the enemy. Ninja Vanish towards there to get that. Come up here, land on there. Now with this one, you need to give a bit of a delay. So you need to make sure you do your vanish near the peak of your jump. If you try and do it too early, you just won't reach. So it's quite a bit of a like peak of your jump type deal. So you need to give that one at least a bit of time to reach close to the peak, if not the peak, to be able to reach up here. Then you can start making your way across to the right. So from there, on the Ninja Vanish across, just jump up here, Ninja Vanish, wait for the barrel to open, Ninja Vanish. Now I say wait for the barrel because if you just do a Ninja Vanish straight away, you'll bonk the barrel, and there's a chance that he might pop out at that moment and catch you. As mentioned, you'd rather not lose the gem, so just take a bit of a run stretch, wait till it cracks, hit your Ninja Vanish and you're ready to go. If you don't feel comfortable trying to Ninja Vanish through these flames, as mentioned, then you can just choose to go up here first and then do the Ninja Vanish from there. Or go all the way across the top if you so see fit. So as mentioned, you got from there, break barrel open here, up top, break these 2 gem pots, and get your gems, well get that gem pop specifically. So you've got to be a little careful here because there's 2 barrels with enemies in here and you really don't want to catch it, so you really don't want to make a jump from down there because you'll end up being caught. So you want the jump to be from up the top. However, this is an instance where I'm going to bring up backdash jumps, or backdash jumping. Mainly because this jump, if you go for it just with the general Ninja Vanish that you want, it's a bit tough. It's not impossible, but as you saw there, I tried to delay it as much as I could, and I still got caught by the enemy there. Now, it isn't impossible, you can make it with just the Ninja Vanish, but where the backdash jump gives you an advantage on. So basically all it is doing a jump literally after you do a backdash. However, backdashing off of a ledge gives you coyote time, so you can actually jump off. It's basically an invisible cloud, and it's very lenient actually. As you can see, I'm giving certain delays. I mean, I missed that one, but you can literally give it a good amount of time. I'll try and show it from there, but you probably won't be able to see very well. Oh, that was a bad timing on me, on my part, isn't it? That's the wrong way. You do have quite a bit of leniency, but you get a feel for it first, but you do have a good amount of leniency. So I generally recommend doing a backdash jump there, because it gives you just that much extra bit, like that much draft forward with that extra coyote jump to be able to bypass that, or get by that enemy, get these gem pots, and then you're free to go across to the right. You can do, and you can do another backdash jump to do that. You don't need it for that one, though this one's definitely much more forgiving. In fact, I don't traditionally use it myself, but it's there if you want to. If you are stocked for gems, you've got 3 big pots across here, and then you can just make your way across there. But if you are going for that one, you will need a backdash jump to be able to actually get across that in one. Otherwise, you'll hit the ledge. You just wall kick, which is something I actually forgot to mention at the start. One of Shantae's other abilities is wall kicking. It's not often we'll use it, but there's a few spots in where I actually do intentionally use it in the fast fight. So as I mentioned, there's 3 pots down there if you require them. The gem route I'm mostly going to be showing, it does get you to level 3 by, well, it gets you either at level 3 or very close to level 3 by the time you enter the first boss fight. So you are literally right on that edge. So if you don't feel comfortable, or you've already taken damage and lost gems, then you've got them gem pots there to be able to keep you going, or to get you back into the fray. So normally at this point, usually I'd probably say you can just do like repetitive Ninja Vanishes across to the right. There are certain points where that's not really recommended, either because enemies are space or they're random. So these are a little space, so give yourself a little bit of a space first. 1, 2, right, space for them, then you can mash on there, mash down there, mash across there, break that pot, and go all the way. If you need health, you've got 1 gem pot, you've got 1 health pot there at the end, if required. And that's pretty much the general idea of what you need to keep in mind for these sections as well. Not much to it overall, but again, Ninja Vanishes is not necessarily required overall for certain amounts of it. I would still recommend getting used to it, at least especially for ground areas. For me, as you don't have to use it, you can just run. But you will likely have this platform in your way, so you've got to keep in mind to push out a little more when you come up to this point. As I say, you just run across there, go across the top, fall down there, just make sure to pull back so you don't catch that flame like I did. Ninja Vanish up the top here, because it's definitely quicker to go the top route, take these gems. You can try and drop down there and get across, but there's your risk factor. As mentioned, I'd personally recommend getting used to that particular backdash jump. Otherwise, it would be a case of come down here, trigger, kill, come across, and then go across like that. If you so wish to, take the enemy, just spawn him out, take him out, then just Ninja Vanish upwards, get your gems that way. If if you want to play safer. And then again, as mentioned, just make your way across. If you're not getting the gems anyway, 1 and 2, just safer to do it that way. If you don't want to use Ninja Vanish, just hold right and just make sure to watch out for the gaps and watch out for the flame. Alright, and I think that's pretty much the gist of 1 2. Right, let's get my gems back into position and actually go through the section as I would, just to show the area in motion, or at least as close to it as I can get it if I can. So if you go for the forward motion, 3 Ninja Vanish, jump Sword Slash, Ninja Vanish towards that ledge, up here, peak of your jump, Ninja Vanish up, across, across, across. I actually threw 1 more Ninja Vanish in than needed. And then I forgot to jump there. Wow. As you can see, I'm still a little rusty myself. But as I say, I do want to keep things moving forward. I don't want this tutorial to end up being stupidly long. 2 to 3 hours at most. I say that now, want it to be fucking 6. But I do at least want to try and show it in a full motion as well. Just to give you the, just so you got the idea, but you got what's going on. 1 2 3, jump and slash, vanish up, and to the side, peek jump, Ninja Vanish across, jump up here, Ninja Vanish, wait for the barrel, Ninja Vanish down, up towards there, get that, backdash jump, Ninja Vanish to the side, get the jump up there, big jump, Ninja Vanish, delay 1, delay 2, then throw your Ninja Vanishes out, get this gem part and grab the health if required. Alright, so we're on to the first boss. So, Poop 2 is pretty straightforward, as he is. To keep in mind, I can't remember the rest of the costume modes, but with Ninja Mode in particular, at least with Ninja Mode, all the bosses tend to work off of the Hardcore Mode variant. So they are usually moving faster, their attacks are going out quicker, cycles can be affected a little differently depending on the boss. Poop 2 isn't that much of a problem in comparison. So, how you start this fight depends on how many gems you've entered the field in. Now, if you've gone and took the extra gems as backup, you shouldn't have a worry. As long as you haven't took much damage, you should be at level 3. If you're at level 3, you're fine for the time being. There are additional gems in this fight that you can get that the bell drops after striking it, if required. If you take in the gem route that I personally take, your gems are going to be tied in, as I mentioned. There is a possibility that you may enter this area at level 2, but you should only be at most 5 gems short, which works out pretty nicely because the bell just happens to drop 5 gems. So, pretty much what you want to go for with Poop 2 is, well, there's 2 rounds in it. This is why we also mentioned that it's not really worth going out your way to get yourself to level 4 max for this fight, although you definitely have a much more comfortable sword speed output as well as damage. You cannot one-cycle Poop 2 in Ninja Mode. It's just not feasible. So, that's why we keep it at level 3. Yeah, it's slightly slower Poop 2, but you save much more time not picking up the extra 50 gems required to get to level 4. So it ends up being worth it. So, Poop 2 can have a couple of attacks going off. Got some standard cannonballs that more custom with Pyrus Curse and Ammo Baron just fires out for an arc. There's a couple of flaming cannonballs he can throw out. And there's also Risky Boost firing off her pistols. Now, because of that one particular attack, there is a thing you could do to make the start a little bit quicker by using your ninja stars to hit the bell and then vanish and then landing jump don't get the vanish onto the chain. The problem with that is if you happen to get Risky's pistol shot, by the time you spawn back in, that pistol shot will likely connect with you. Which is why usually I'll just say hit the bell with the sword. Don't worry about the ninja stars on this one. Yeah, it's a little longer, but if you happen to get the bullet cycle at the start of the fight, you're likely to get caught if you use your ninja stars. Right. On to Phase 2. Now this is a case of reacting to what's going on. So in this case, I'm just holding Ninja Vanish to avoid. I got a good pattern there, pretty much. Oh, wow. That was a little awkward, but that's pretty much Poop 2 in a nutshell. though, as mentioned, as you saw, I got that pistol cycle at the start. If I'd have gone with Ninja Star, landed, and then jumped up to do my Ninja Vanish vertical to grab the chain, and ignored the gems because I was on level 3 at this case, so I didn't actually need those gems right now, there would have been a high chance that that pistol shot that Risky fired would have been higher up, and she would have connected with me. This is why I say use your sword, hit the bell, probably at least collect the first few gems as well, just in case you get that particular cycle. Any of the other cycles shouldn't get in your way, but again, depends on what is happening and where the land is. Just a case of use your visual and just land in accordance. But I will go over that fight at least one more time.
Shantae.
Obviously, I've got a little caught myself there as well.
Ninja mode.
But pretty much you want hit the belt, click the gems on the first round, jump up, get in line with the chain, Ninja Vanish vertical up directly, keep holding up to grab the chain, and then jump over to make sure you've got enough height, jump over to the right, turn around, and then slash the barrel. If you happen to be aiming, I believe in Ninja mode as well, if you happen to be aiming the wrong way, the barrel goes that way. And that's a 16-second time. I'm pretty sure it does. Let's just make sure. I'm pretty sure it does. Oh, hell. Yeah, high barrel. That was interesting though. That I'm surprised the bullet actually caught me. It usually wouldn't, so I have to be a little careful about that. Actually, face game when I'm trying to give a tutorial, trying to make it sound like I didn't know nothing. Poop toot. Why are you trolling me? But other than that, that's pretty much Poop Toot in a nutshell. Hit the belt, collect the gems, Ninja Vanish up, get across, knock the barrel out. Be aware of your surroundings, get used to the rhythm of the sword. Get one down, then just pay attention to what you got. Use your Ninja Vanish, or you can just outright dodge if you feel as though you need to. When it's ready, hit the bell again, smack. And that little extra Ninja Vanish you don't necessarily need, but if you want to just grab a couple of those little gems, once you see pictures going down, quick hop and Ninja Vanish to the left, you can probably get a couple there. Obviously it depends on what security you want, but in terms of security, it's not necessarily needed, but it's always worth at least putting it out there. But that's basically Poop Toot in a nutshell. Pretty straightforward fight overall. Just be aware of the attacks that are going on. Maybe give a slight delay once you've hit the bell and got the gems at the start, just in case you get that pistol shot. If you happen to be carrying additional safety gems in, so you're more actually like in the mid 100s, like 120, 130 something, then you probably don't need to worry as much because you won't be in threat of being knocked down to level 3. If you're taking the Taito gem route, then you have to keep that in mind in case you get knocked down to level 2. Because trust me, going down to level 2 is not good. Your sword speed is ridiculously bad, and your damage output is another down. You're likely going to be looking at 3 rounds with Poop Toot, maybe 4 if your timing's not great. And trust me, the sword is very awkward to handle at level 2 and 1. The timing rhythm for it is annoying. Even level 3 is slightly annoying, but at least it's workable. Alright, so we are one area down as we go into section 2. Now, area 2, the first section isn't so bad. It's a very small section. This is one of the areas where I would really recommend making sure you keep with Ninja Vanish. You've got to keep in mind at this point, depending on where your level is at. Pretty much throughout the rest of this tutorial, I'm going to be speaking from the maneuverability aspect of Ninja Vanish as level 3 and above. As I mentioned at the start, level 3 and level 4 are no difference in terms of the distance that the Ninja Vanish will create. So I will be specifically referring it as level 3. If you happen to drop it to level 2 at any point, from this point onwards, just keep in mind that Ninja Vanish is going to be shrinking, and the strat methods that I'm going to be going over in terms of the counts that I keep in mind are not going to work. So hopefully that won't happen. So there is some platforms here at one point where there's a bit of a cycle. It's also part of why I would recommend just keeping your Ninja Vanish for the start. If you choose to just run and swim at this first part, then the cycle's going to be different. You might find it a little more awkward. But again, it's up to you. But Ninja Vanish is definitely going to be used to get up vertical for this section and the next section, especially. The next section is actually one of the first real tests of Ninja Vanish. that really comes into play.
I'm ready.
So just to show the general pathway first, if you choose not to use Ninja Vanish or you want to use backdashing or swimming, short hop out of the water just to get yourself a little bit of speed and going. Usually some Ninja Vanish there to get it here. So this is where you want to start with your Ninja Vanishes for sure. Oh, hello. Stop that. Let's just get rid of you. So the way the layout is, there's a lot of vertical on this first part of the side, so you can get up before you go to the right in order to actually make a progression. You could technically go to the right and then make your way up. It's a little bit slower because there's actually, once you get upwards, there's a bit more ground space where you can get more vanishes going directly across, making it a bit better on your ground speed. But also there are gems on route if you require. So the first one is up here, just to get onto that ledge. Now those two blocks here is the reason why I mentioned about using the Ninja Vanish pretty early on, like in this section, because that's the site you want to meet this cycle as they're basically coming down, so you can get onto there to then get you up there. But it can be, you know, you get the feel for it as you do it. But the first main Ninja Vanish is to get onto that ledge. If you don't want that ledge, you could come over here and try and go for that ledge instead, and then just go up from there. That way you've got more chance of avoiding the mermaid. But that one is just, you get up here a bit quicker. Plus, if you want the extra gems, bang, you got 2 pots there. You'll be able to go 1, 2, and then up. So that'll be your gem movement when you come into here. It's also why, if you notice, I didn't Ninja Vanish into this room specifically. I mean, not only does it move you back a bit more, but the position of that in the general cycle, because you've added one more Ninja Vanish of movement, it's actually still moving slightly down, so you've still got a delay for that anyway. So not really, there's no real any point. So one up there, so vertical up, one to the right. Mermaid won't be there at the time you got it, and then you can hop, get onto that one. This should be a bit more further up. Big jump, vanish, get onto there, and then get onto here. That's pretty much where you aim for. You also want to keep the movement up going for these crabs in particular, because they're going to be manoeuvring a certain way. If you get there at the right time, then your Ninja Vanish count from there should work at the count of 5. Ooh. So by that point, yeah, so you get to there, you'll be able to do a Ninja Vanish count of 5 across to the right. Or as I say, you can just keep running, just make sure to watch out for that one. When you get to the end here, you want to get by that crab and go up to the right, so down and go up to the right. If everything goes right, or correctly, he should be moving towards you at that time, so you should be able to just jump, Ninja Vanish off, land, 1, and then just Ninja Vanish your way to the exit. That's the general pathway that you want for this one. Not much to keep in mind for it, at least for now, because as I say, it's a short screen. It's pretty much just Ninja Vanish up, right, up, keep going to the right, that kind of thing. But of course, you keep it in motion, so you've got the right cycle to keep in mind. Otherwise, if you choose not to use Ninja Vanish as much, then that is your prerogative, but you just have to keep in mind that that cycle's not going to be exactly where it's going to be with myself. So if you really don't want to use a Ninja Vanish, apart from like maybe just to get by this water a bit quicker, go through across, then what you go with, you go up here, up there. So that'll be further up, you have to keep that in mind, you have to be careful of. Watch out for everything in the way there, then you get up here 1, 2, then yeah, keep running across here, up the top, and across. If you want to keep it calmer, that is one way you can go about it. I would generally say Ninja Vanish counting is probably more comfortable than working with backdash maneuverability as well. So, as I say, that's just sort of a brief idea. So I may give, like, with certain screens, I'll give a brief, like, if I can give a kind of rough idea if you don't want to use Ninja Vanishes as much, there is that, but I won't keep at it for too long. Hey Rocco, hey Nori, how you doing? Welcome.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
Other than that, you're good. I mean, there's a reason why we don't actually pick up gems. Well, why I won't generally pick up gems at this point for a while now, or at least for a couple of areas. It's mainly because when we get to 2, 3, all the gems I'm going to need are there, and then some. That'll get me to level 4. But of course, if you want to play safer because you're afraid of getting hit more, then you have to be aware of that scenario. So you can get the extra gems if you want. As I say, just keep in mind of that cycle as well. So in terms of how I go about it, 2 ninja vanishes here, puts you into the water, quick hop vanish, big jump onto there, vanish across here, run into the screen. I'm up here if you want the gems, you've got gems there, ninja vanish up. So if you want the extra gems, you've got ninja vanish there, ninja vanish there. Obviously these platforms would be more up, so you have to keep that in mind and be aware of it. There is another pot of gems there as well if you want to take that chance. There's obviously bats and everything in the way. When you get onto this edge, count to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, jump up to the right. So that's just more of an idea if you want the extra gems. I personally don't get them because it costs time. Although the 2 gem pots is not as much time and it really won't affect the cycle too much. But as I say, you saw where the cycle was originally when I ran. It was on its way up, had to catch it. It made the other few bricks up there a bit more awkward. So now we'll go with the way I generally do it. As I did, as I started just. 2 ninja vanishes put me into the water. Quick hop and a vanish, quick hop and a vanish. Line up here and just vanish through here. So when I get to here, it's literally jump up, onto the right, jump and up, jump and up. And I got caught up there, it will be jumping up onto there then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, jump up and to the right with a vanish, and then a couple of blocks. So even with my own pathway, the patterning of those blocks can be a little of a hassle. So it's just a case of being aware. If you're not sure when to go, you can always give a slight delay before you actually manoeuvre up. As I mentioned, 2 gem pots along your way if you want an extra safety, as well as one a little more out your way, which I personally wouldn't recommend because there's a few enemies around there you can easily get caught. So just for the purposes of this, also got to keep in mind you don't want to get too close to the crab if you're going for the top through here. You don't want to get caught. Down to there, one up, one to the right, go up. And then, well, I'm a bit confused now because usually the cycle's not that far out. So I'm getting a little far ahead of myself even for me. Oh, I know why, sorry. Never mind. Let me restart that. One thing I kind of forgot. Yeah, you have that level select for practice as well, if you want, but when you're at the first area of each section, you get the rep to go, or ready.
Ninja mode.
So that cycle is going to be out of place when I haven't gone back on myself first. Because that obviously will change where the cycles are in general.
Let's go.
So we get the ready, and 1 and 2. Vanish, and you vanish, just a couple of waters quicker, one there to watch out for that mermaid up. Gonna be one up, one to the right, go up vertical, go up vertical, go up vertical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I got knocked. Right, I did that a little awkwardly, sorry. Need to keep my gems in the right place, otherwise I'm not going to show the next part of the shorter end. So yeah, unfortunately there is going to be a little bit of fluff in this tutorial, which, to be fair, that's nothing new for my tutorials anyway. A little bit of a mess up on my part. So yeah, the crabs were further to the right than I was originally expecting. It's probably because I got up there a bit smoother than I normally would.
Let's go.
So I have to keep that in mind and move towards them, sorry. So ninja base 2. Through, and in, and across. And then we go 1 up, 1 right. Get up on there, get up on here. Get up on there, run towards, 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, I had a bit of an awkward delay there, so you can fit 5 in, and that's that. I won't go over it again because I've already done it a few times now, but I do want to keep things moving forward. But as you saw, I ran at a small portion of that. My timing for one of my ninja vanishes were off. If I'd have gotten it right, I should have been able to get all 5 ninja vanishes across there, short hop up to the right and in. But that's basically 2-1 in a nutshell. Now the fun begins. 2-2 is pretty much Ninja Vanish Incarnate, or at least one of the variants of Ninja Vanish Incarnate. Although the first part of it is not as necessarily required, the second part will be, because this is one of the more vertical areas of the playthrough. And of course, Ninja Vanishing vertically up is much quicker than taking platforms in and around and swerving. Just basically going up, across, up. You know, you follow more of a vertical wave than horizontal. So, although I will say the first part of this, the first screen I'm going to show you, you don't need to worry about so much in terms of learning it with the ninja vanishes in mind. The second part, I would recommend you do. Even if you don't go at the full throttle, because in all fairness, there is nothing in this area that is based off of a cycle. If the pathway I'm going to be taking you on, you don't need to worry about any cycles. So if you need to take your time, you can do, but just make sure you've got the pathway in set. So just to show the general pathway, you just be coming over to the right. And most of this is literally just right play. You don't need to worry about any of these ring cycles as I mentioned. Your Ninja Vanish will get you across these gapways. So that's why I mentioned like none of the cycles will be important. You can just shoot, you can just swim across as well if you want. But yeah, as I say, Ninja Vanish will get you across most of it. Big weapon there, using Ninja Vanish to get through him at least at minimum. As I say, I'm just showing this in the simpler way first, just to show the pathway as well as just to give a generalised movement aspect. You can obviously throw more advantages for extra speed, but yeah, get through him. Now for this one, usually I aim for that right ring at the top corner. You can just go across there and kick up if you want, but I tend to go for that ring in the corner, so I just go up there and on. Then you can start making your way across to the right. So the pathway for this, now you could go up here if you want to. You would have to take a kick for region and make your way up there. But that's not the pathway I found to be the better one. Although this pathway will lead you to having a mermaid at first, and that'll be a bit careful. So you basically want to go across here and come up here onto this platform. It'll be literally, as soon as you get over that water gap, it's there. The only reason I moved over more is because, of course, it gets me closer to the right. And there is a gap, as you can just about see, that's there. Now that helps to avoid a couple of things. Now, yeah, it is a case of you're kind of playing a little bit blind. You got to just know where they are, which is just unfortunately when it comes to birth aspects, it's just kind of memorization you need to keep in mind. So this is where the Ninja Vanish becomes more of the requirements, as I say. So you got one up there, across and up there, so you get used to the feeder pattern here. From here onto here, jump towards the left and use Ninja Vanish to angle up to the left. When you turn around, when you get onto that one, you turn around, you jump vertical. And Ninja Vanish then to the right. And that gets you onto there. Now what you want here, if I just do this, you've got those 3 rings in the corner. You want the ring at the top left. Now you want to take the safe approach. You just go onto that ring, jump up, and you're good. If you want to get that ring quicker, you can try and get the timing right for that. Now it's a little awkward to get the feel for it, but it is possible. But this is also a spot where I use a backdash jump myself personally to give myself that extra bit of maneuverability to the side. It makes it easier to get that ring. Although of course you just get used to throwing that kind of motion in there. So it depends on what you want to go for when you get to this point. You can either play safe, go for that ring instead and jump on. Just try and get the feel for that in specifics, or if you want a bit more safety, if you can get used to that motion to get that ring, or make it easier to grab that ring but make it harder as a setup, there's that. From here you're going vertical to that platform. Now usually because of that electric bat I do shimmy over to the right a bit personally. That's where you're aiming for, from here. Vertical up and onto there. Be careful though, because obviously you don't want to bonk. You don't want to take too many times because that proc is still moving. The more times you mess it up, the closer he's going to be at that load, so be careful. From there, jump to the right, but use an Ninja Vanish relatively quickly to get you onto that ledge. Or you can just jump up like that if you want. So that's an Ninja Vanish you don't actually need, but it's up to you at that one. Either on there or Ninja Vanish shot. From there, up onto this platform, and now this is where you've got to have a little bit more of a feel. You've got to just know where these are. So you've got the 2 rings that are there standing still. So you're aiming for them. As you can see, that's basically where the drop point is. So not quite where the edge is, but onto the side of mean you can also climb it. That's another slide. So that's where you kind of try and get the feel for to get to that ring. No backdash jumps required, just jump across the side. More, it's not, I wouldn't necessarily hit a peak of the jump, but maybe give it a little more to the peak, just so you can at least make that reach. And then you can come on here if you want, and then try and catch a ring. But what I usually do is going to be a bit awkward of a feel. But if you don't feel comfortable with this, as I mentioned, you can go on here. I don't really know where these rings are going to be, but you can try and grab some of these rings and get up that way. But what you're aiming to do is touch that side wall there on the right. That's your main aim here. So you come onto there, you basically want to do a full jump. You want to go to the side a little bit. Then you vanish up and catch. It is a bit of a tight gap, but if you listen out, you can hear the squeaky if you catch it. That. Because from there, it's up to you. You can kick out and then ninja vanish back, but usually what I'll do is once I know I've stuck, I will just release the direction and I'll just ninja vanish vertical off. That's an advantage you kind of get. You ninja vanish, if you stick to the side of the wall, that regenerates your ninja vanish, and that'll get you up to the top here. And pretty much from there, you can just go across to the right. 2 quick vanishes, delay, another 2. There's gems there if you want them, but the slide will give you everything you need. There's also a health pot there just before if you require that before you go to the slide. So that's your basic pathway for the second screen going upwards. That's the personal pathway taker, and if you want to experiment with a different pathway, you may do so, of course. But for the purposes of the tutorial, that's the pathway I'm showing you. That's the ninja vanishes I would recommend at least getting used to for this section. As I said, there's a couple of points there that you can make it a little easier on yourself, as I said, by either just jumping straight up or don't worry with that backdash jump off the edge, just go to that one ring and then jump to the side. Lose a little bit of time and go up that way. The first screen, as I did just, you saw I could just easily run across using ninja vanish across the water pit if you want to take the safe approach. Well, I say the safe approach, if you want to take an easier, more calmer approach. If you want the full speed though, this is where things get a little awkward.
Ninja mode.
So, as I said, there's no cycle to worry about, but getting everything here is a little awkward. Now I'm going to be doing it mostly in the way that I do it, but I will mention this, there are certain points in the section outside of the one backdash jump I just mentioned that I use backdash jumping, but not for that purpose, just to get the extra speed. As I said, backdashing is quicker than running in general, and although it's only over one backdash worth of ground, it's fractions of time. Not something I'd personally recommend using, but I generally tend to use some here. So a couple of things to keep in mind if you're going to go for the all-out, or if you're going to go for the all-out with a ninja vanish. So the count at the start is two dashes across to the right, then one diagonal up to the right. However, if you just do 2 straight off the bat, if you've got the right timing, you'll land on this. But that's the right timing from rec to go and move. If you end up having any form of moving forward first, you'll end up overshooting. So usually what I would just do, just to negate that just in case, 1 ninja vanish to the right, short hop ninja vanish to the right. That way I can reach onto this ledge instead. Then you can just go straight from there to doing a diagonal up towards the platform, and that'll reach you up here. Pretty much. So you get ready to go 1, short hop 2, and up. From here, 1 to the right. Keep hold of right. I did not. 1 to the right, you get onto there, and from here you can either choose to just jump on here and then vanish over, or what I tend to do, just so I find it a little more comfortable, is I will do a short hop and I will ninja vanish down and go down towards the ground so I can land here. This is also a spot where I'll use a short backdash jump, just to give myself a little bit of a forward push, plus because I'm a bit more used to the backdash jump, because it gives me a little more range, it kind of makes it a little more comfortable making certain jumps like that. Whereas if I try and do that one normally, there's a possibility I undershoot like this, or in this one, or for this one in particular, when the whole motion's going in terms of the cycle, there's a ring that will actually be in the way here. So if I do it too high, I'll end up catching the ring and it messes up this next bit. From here, 3 vanishes, precise timing. If there's any gap in your delay, don't worry about it. I would leave a gap where you get caught, otherwise you just go 1, 2, 3. If there's any slight delay, gap anywhere in those first couple, you will most likely hit this guy here. And if you're low count, you don't want to go to level 2, as I mentioned. So, or if you end up being too far over, because you kind of need to be in the back half of this brick to make the 3 work. So, if you're not comfortable with that, but you still want to go pretty much all out, then yeah, just 1, move over, 2. Then from here, as I mentioned, you grab the ring. I tend to still do another backdash jump for extra bit of movability. I also use a vanish to get onto this a little bit quicker, but it's not really by much. And then vanish, 1 and 2. So far we've got 2 count there, 2 count near the start. So it should put me about here. I should be able to go 2 vanishes to the right, although I may have a quick look at where I am after that. If I'm a bit too far back, as you saw, I might fall into water, so I may just go 1, then move over a little more to actually get onto here. Oh, okay. Let me just go get some gas. Okay. As you can tell, I'm not used to this bit. So, get in here. 1 vanish, 2 vanish. You'd have that mermaid show up. Vertical jump to get onto that. Now I get a little cheeky here as well, which again I wouldn't recommend this, but I tend to get a backdash jump going here just for that extra bit of speed. Then as mentioned, the rest of this is as I've already said for the ninja vanishes. That hasn't really changed in general, simply because this is the route that I take. So beyond there, 1, 2, and I missed my backdash jump. 1, 2, oh hello, what's going on? I am at level 4. 1, 2, 3, up, cross, on, onto those rings, up, get the sticky, which I missed the sticky. But yeah, as I said, this last part is pretty much identical to what I showed, but with that first part in mind with those counts. 1, short hop, 2, vertical up to the right, cross to the right, down in towards, and over. I won't repeat it because obviously I've got to keep things going forward a bit, but I will at least attempt to do it in a full motion. I will always try with each section when after discussing it and describing it, I'll try to do it in motion once or twice. If I can't get it going, then I'll have to move it on because, of course, we don't want to be here all day. Let's say I've started 10 minutes in, so we're coming up to an hour in as it is, and this is obviously I'm talking a bit more than I probably should be. Luckily, there's a few areas that are either auto scrolls or there's not really much to talk about, so I'll be able to speak for them a little more.
Ninja mode.
Alright, so in full motion, it should hopefully go a little like this.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Something like that. I did mess up the backdash jump that I did there, but that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't think I need to repeat that one. I think that was a good one, in all fairness. Yeah, outside of me not getting that turnaround there with that backdash jump that I would have wanted, that's basically what you're looking for if you're going for an all-out type maneuverability. Right, so we move on to the slide. Now, I'm only going to do the slide once because I can pretty much describe this as we go for the most part. Because this is an auto-scroller section. And there isn't that much to it. The main thing you need to keep in mind is the enemies you don't necessarily need to memorize as much when they pop up. But there are 2 points of where dream squids are that you want to keep in mind. Main reason being you don't want to grab them. Now, would it be a problem in general? No, not in general. But the one problem is the first one you collect in any playthrough will come up with the screen to say, you've gotten a dream squid, and that freezes the game. Obviously, that's a time loss. So it's a case of keeping memory of where they are. So I'm not even fully sure where they both are myself now because it's been a while. But from what I did earlier, the first one will be the first one will be in the middle of the second string of gems. The other one will be at the first free set of the free quick jump sets. And as I mentioned, if you're going all out and you've taken the gem route that I've done, as long as you've not dropped, well, to be fair, even if you drop to level 2, like near the end or something, or you've gotten here at this point, there is, I think, something like 90 gems on this slide. So as long as you've got a good count, or unless you've gone absolutely downhill and you've dropped to level 1, you'll have enough gems here to get you to level 4 in time for the next fight. This also moves a little bit quicker. You can use Ninja Vanish to your advantage in certain spots, mainly on a standstill, just to keep yourself in the air more. If you feel like using it, I don't necessarily use it myself, apart from when I'm just trying to get to the save, so I'm collecting a few gems. So here, collect the first 3 and jump over. Maybe collect the first 4 if you want. But that's where the first one was, and then you got the triple jump here, there he is there. He's in that spring. Now the third Dream Squid in this area, you don't need to really worry about, because he should just be, I believe he's on this stretch here, where you've got absolutely nothing going on, and he's just in the air. There he is. Right, and that's all 3 out the way. That's all that's mainly what you need to keep in mind, where those first 2 are, and avoid them. Once you get used to that, then the rest of the section is just memorising how the slide works. Now, if you're familiar with Half Genie Hero speedrunning in general, outside of it being sped up, I believe most of the slide is the same as it would normally be, in a way. So, as I say, it's just a case of just memorising where these jumps are. There isn't that much to keep in mind, and that's basically it. Make sure to get enough gems to get to where you need to. Avoid those 2 Dream Squids, and you're done. Try not to fall, because it sets you back to the start of the section, and that's one thing you don't want. Okay, right, so before I go on, I'm just going to quickly grab a drink out of the fridge, which is literally nearby me, so I don't have to take too long for that. Okay. Right. So boss number 2 of the run, Giga Mermaid. Now, during actually getting back into this game, I've actually changed the way I approach this fight slightly compared to what I've done in a PB before. So that'll be what I'll be discussing. So, I was going to mention at the end of this, which I will mention now as well. Like, I will also suggest, like, look other people's runs and look at a couple of different varieties. You can look at my PB run if you want to see some of the higher end stuff being in play, which I didn't get everything right on that run. I know that much. As well as looking at some of the other runs, because I know there's some runners that chose not to implement Ninja Vanish techniques or as much of it. So you can always look at their runs as well. But you'll see I'll be doing this fight differently in my PB compared to how I'm going to show it now. So a couple of key things to keep in mind with Giga Mermaid. So this fight comes in 2 phases. Phase 1, just like in the normal mode, 6 locks in play. Got to break all 3 locks. 3 or 6 locks. Advance on to phase 2, where a couple of patterns could happen. But with Ninja Mode, the second phase is kind of trivial. It's mostly the first phase. So the first phase, I say, you've got 6 locks to break. Giga Mermaid is on her Hakumo variant, as I mentioned, all the bosses are, so her attacks are really fast. You know, outside of one of them is still slow, but she operates a little much quicker than she traditionally would. So you have to keep that in mind, and it's what I kept in mind when coming up with this particular pathway. So the order of the locks will be you have 3 to one side and 3 to the other. So I start towards the right or the left. I will be going intentionally for the top left lock first. Reason for this being is because depending on what attack she goes for, by going for that lock first, because she fires it out so quick, if it's a laser, which is one of the attacks, it will usually always aim in that top corner. There is a possibility it could move elsewhere, but from all the times I've practiced earlier, it always aims in that corner. So if it does, you're out of the way by that point, as long as you haven't made a mistake, and you'll avoid that attack. If you get the multi-bubble spread, which is pretty rapid fire, as long as you follow the same lock pathway as I am, they should not touch you as long as you haven't made a mistake. And if you get the big orb, or the big bubble, that's a slow maneuver anyway, so that one isn't really why I changed it for this, but out of all 3 of the attacks, the big bubble is the one I'd rather see the least of for the second part. So I go for the top left first, up that. Then I'll fall down, go for centre, and then bottom corner. From there, I will Ninja Vanish across the floor. Be 3 Ninja Vanishes to go for the bottom right. If things have gone well at this point, I will be aiming to go for top right, and then followed by centre. The reason for this pathway also isn't just for the RNG of the path enemy, for the mermaid's attacks. It's also because, assuming all the maneuvers go correctly, a lot of the platforms that are moving around that entire field will be at the right point where you're pretty much just stood there for the most part and just slashing at the lock. 5 hits to a lock takes it down at your max rank level at level 4. 8 points of damage, and you do rapid fire assault. So that's the idea of it. So it saves you having to short hop on most of them, with the exception of the top right one, if I recall. It just basically makes the fight flow smoother. Whereas one of the original ones, I did have to do a bit more short hoppings, and if I'm just slightly off, it makes it more. So it should also help for consistency balancing as well. So that's the idea what I go for. So with that description in play, so this is hopefully what it's going to look like for phase 1. I messed up. I missed time to slash. But that top lock should have been destroyed. I missed time to slash, otherwise it would have been 1, 2, 3, jump down, 4, 5, fall, get the middle lock, gain. But in the event that I do miss it, that's why I went for that Ninja Vanish, but I was too far to the side. But as you saw, she gave me laser on that one, which puts it, as you saw, as I said, it puts me at the top. So what I found by aim for that top lock first, that if I happen to get laser, it always seems to aim for that top lock. Whereas if I go for the original method, which was bottom lock, bottom left, then middle, well, bottom left, and then top left, that laser shot can be in one of two places. It could either be in that corner or it can be in the centre. Usually I would have bypassed it by then, but if it's in the top corner, I get caught. If it's on the middle lock, I can't go back down for that middle lock. I have to then traverse to the right, take out the right side locks, and then move back over to the left, is what I found. So by taking this specific lock path, if you get a laser, it's not so bad. But as you saw, onto the platform, jump up, vertical Ninja Vanish, get onto that platform. It should have lined up right, so you should be able to time your slashes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, knock down. Fall down, get into the middle pathway. You can hop over the ring, or you can pull yourself off, release your D-pad, let yourself drop a bit, and then pull back to the left. Land on that platform, that should line up in time. Shimmy your way down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 Ninja Vanishes to the right. Take the lock out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jump up, get onto that platform as it's going up. Yeah, you have to kind of work with a few bits and bobs, but it is what it is. But at least because it's on its way up, you can kind of get it better than go for the middle lock first. So at least that's what I say. You could go for middle lock before top lock, but I find it more comfortable going for top lock first, then middle lock. But that's a personal preference. How you work the locks, you may choose a different pathway compared to myself. But I'll do it a couple of times just to show it again, but just to see if we get a different path, a different attack, so we can hopefully get that in the tutorial as well. So as I say, she's got 3 attacks. The one I don't really want is the orb, the big giant orb. The main reason for that is when you get to the right side, it's still shimmying across to you. It is possible to take the same pathway, get all the locks, and be safe, but that orb gets very close to you. So there is a risk that you might get caught. The way around that is to either have a different lock pathway, or when you take out the bottom lock before you Ninja Vanish to the right, just give yourself a second and a half delay. It should still come and seek at you over there, which will give you more time when you get over that side to actually take the locks out. So you just have to sacrifice a small bit of time if you want to play a bit safer. But the idea with this is this lock pathway not only does it make it easier to take the locks out because of where the position of the platforms are, it should also negate most of the RNG in terms of how it is affected, and you can effectively do the fight the same way every time. Unless you get big orb, then there is a chance you might get sniped, so you've got to be aware. So here we go. Onto there, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, we've got multiple, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. Damn, that's twice I messed it up, but as you saw, rapid fire bullets, that's also why I go for that top lock first, because that attack comes from because all attacks come from her as crystal on her head. Effectively, if you start from the bottom and make your way up, those bubbles are going to be very close to you and there's a very good chance you get caught. Where if you start from the top and make your way down, if you get that attack, as long as you get everything right and you're quick enough, you've got enough time to take all the locks out and start an intervention to the side before it touches you. You saw it got close though, so it is still tight. But it gives you more of an opportunity to be able to eliminate the concern of that one when you get the feel for the order and pathway. So that's the two main attacks that, that can catch you at the first. The big orb on the left side, no concern. It's not going to touch you. But of course, as I said, it could catch you on the right unless you intentionally delay for it. Wow. Okay, my timing is bad. Just trying to get one at least relatively clean one for you. But of course, as I say, I try not to keep it here for too long. Not as clean as I would have liked it, but pretty much that's the gist of it. Now that laser she shot there, I will mention actually, as you saw, I missed the lock a little bit. So as I say, so usually at most I should only be doing 2 jumps. First jump 1, 2, 3, and then another one jump 4, 5, fall down. So I did get a little caught there, had to do a second one, and she got a laser off. Now I can tell you from what I practiced earlier, even if you get things right and she gets that laser off, it can go for that middle lock that you're on. Although, as long as you've got everything spot on, it'll look scary, but you can still destroy the locks before that laser effectively hits you. But it is going to look like oh crap, it's about to blow my head off. But of course, any other attack you won't need to concern yourself with. But I will just do one more with it, as well as one more to also get back to phase 2. To basically show the upper pathway I originally took, and just to show you what I mean with the difference in terms of the consistency part of it. So originally I used to go bottom lock first. So the problem with that is, depends on what attack she does, you have to think more on the fly what's going on. So with that, I can't stay for that middle lock because they would have caught me. You'd have to sort of maneuver kind of like that. So it eliminates those kind of things where it's like, okay, I can't go for that middle lock now, I have to change. So you've got to think of a different pathway. With the newer route, or the newer approach, as long as everything is done correctly, you've got no concern really outside of the big orb that might catch you if you're just that bit slow. Or, as I said, the only thing you have to think about there is, should I just delay a little bit when you destroy the bottom left lock? It'll make things more consistent for you, as well as keep that general flowing. Only have to worry about a certain mechanic with that fight. Alright. So yeah, probably one or too many times doing this fight now, in all fairness, but I've got to do it at least another time to get us into phase 2. I won't do repeats on phase 2 really, because phase 2 doesn't need as much to be talked about compared to phase 1. Alright, so hopefully we'll get a bit of smooth one. Right, the only attack we haven't seen is the big orb, which I would like to really see. Laser at the top. There it is. Right, that's the fight you want. Ideally. Now, unfortunately no big orb, but as I said, I don't want to keep us here all day because we could be here for a while waiting for that one attack. But the way that orb will work is it will basically shoot out from ahead, it'll start to come across there, but by the time you come down and across, it's kind of still in the centre of the screen. That's when it starts to swerve over to you. And then potentially could catch you off. So what I'll try and do is, as part of this tutorial, I'm trying to fit as much as I can in here, but obviously I also want to move things forward, so obviously I'm not going to get the perfect segment for everything. So I'm hoping with some of the more integral parts or stuff that has different pathways that could happen, I'm hopefully going to get a couple of bots together offline and put them up and link them in somewhere, so at least then you can see the pattern. Hopefully I'll be able to get a Giga Mermaid with that orb in to be able to show it at another time. So phase 2, like with normal mode, there's a couple of attacks she can do. She can she'll always be in at the start. She can come in with platforms, she can come in without platforms, and she can use her tail. So Fun enough, she's never used a tail since I've been back at this, which is kind of funny. But it doesn't matter whether she gives you platforms or not. Yeah, that's irrelevant. Because you've got Ninja Vanish, so you basically just want to go Ninja Vanish vertical and try and get get as many strikes as you can in her crystal head. 2 Ninja Vanishes up at the start of the fight, then you've got to have to be watching out for the lightning. You can potentially do a delay Ninja Vanish up to be able to get a bit more damage, or just wait to phase 2 or the second part of the fight if you want to play safer. As I say, that's the risk you got. Ah, there's a tail. Or if you ever get a tail, just jump vertical up, and that's all you got to worry about. And that's basically it. So unfortunately, I got caught there because I got a bit carried away with what I was trying to go for there. There is those type of risks that can be a part of it. But that's pretty much what you need. That's pretty much all is really required here. Just for phase 2, I will do it once more. Although I didn't really want to do phase 1 again because I've already done that a few too many times. I don't want this to be the part that drags it out too much, but just to try and get a little bit of a cleaner phase 2. But that's basically what phase 2 is. Ninja Vanish up, crystal hits. You can at least use to get 2 on average. Sometimes if you can get the accuracy right, you can get 3. I believe it takes about 8 strikes to finish her on max level 4. That's pretty much it. Oh, hello all. Well, if I'd have gotten that right, I could have shown that a bit more, but okay, never mind. Right, phase 2. Skip the dialogue. Gotta be careful with stuff like that. Unfortunately, I got 4. And that's pretty much it. So there are those chances where you might get caught. You can more times than not, you can get away with getting at least 2 Ninja Vanishes up at the start, but because she moves that fast, there is a possibility that you may get caught. So the advantage here is the most you're going to lose is to get the gems back. Fortunately, that lightning strike does not much out, especially when you get some of it back by what's dropped, because you've got to wait for it anyway. You can easily get them back into your pocket. So in this event, ideally she won't hit you. You go into the next part at level 4. But I mean, there's nothing you need to fight for a bit now, so being at level 4 is not as mandatory, but it does obviously mean you need to keep in mind to get those gems back. And ideally, in Tasseltown, which isn't coming up next, you want to have your gems in position before you get to Sky Breach, as we call it, or Area 3. Although, as long as you're only at most 15 gems short, then that's fine, and I'll explain that as we go forward. You can be 15 gems, enter the boss fight at level 3, because gems, for the most part in this area, aren't as important for output damage. It's only really important for your Ninja Vanish techniques. As long as you're in level 3, you're fine. But there are a number of gem pots in both this bit and the next bit that you can collect if you want. And they're pretty much basically in your pathway. You don't have to stop for too long to get them. So that's just down to personal preference if you want to collect them, or you can just carry on forward and take your chances, get to Wilbur. As long as you get to the boss, ideally 15 short at most, and you don't get hit on the boss, you're fine, because you want to be at level 4 for full 1 mostly. There is a chance to get a couple of gems if you get lucky as well there, but that's pure random. Alright, so this section, Tassel 1. So the problem here is there's slopes. So Ninja Vanish techniques are not as straightforward. So the general pathway is pretty much you just go into the right. So again, I won't throw the Ninja Vanishes in for now, I'll just manoeuvre around. So yeah, we can just manoeuvre around here. You can put, again, because there's a good amount of ground stretch here, you can go into backdash techniques if you want. Gem pot there, as I say, if you need any more gems, easily you just got there. There's a gem pot there, there's a gem pot right there. Stuff like that. So as I say, you've got plenty of gems around your mouth. But pretty much, it is a case of just going to the right. Just jump over them guys, watch yourself. So the first main Ninja Vanish you actually will need is here. Now I don't recommend usually going vertical across like that because of the fact that your ninja vanish is like going to cut over. So you're better off just going down and go up to make it here. One big jump and ninja vanish there. And a bit like the 1-in-1-2, although this one isn't as required because you don't have to worry about damage, I tend to use a backdash jump there just to get the extra range, another gem pop there if you need it. So again, moving on, ninja vanish by these guys because it just takes too long to hit them down and take them down. Maybe a ninja vanish across there, ninja vanish here. Now here, one or two ways. Just ninja vanish up and across, and then start making your way across. Or if you want to have something lined up a little more, you can just ninja vanish into there, kick off of there, and you kind of land at the edge of this. Now that is the setup I actually use for a particular reason, which I'll mention in a bit. But for now, as I say, just the general movement. So keep yourself going. Another ninja vanish would really be required for this squat gal because it's a bit awkward to jump there, especially when your height jump is not as well compared to normal Shantae. So you get a ninja vanish off of there. Now the ninja vanish here is actually a bit tight, to be honest. So maybe not go for that one if you want to play safe. But again, you've got a lot of green cacti, so you've got to be very careful with that. I mean, again, a ninja vanish isn't required there, but that's a little bit of a tight jump as well. So maybe consider just doing a ninja vanish through him. I would probably say do like a short hop first so you can land on this brick. And that allows you just to go straight across then, pretty much. Top pathway if you want to play safe to avoid the green cacti. Just do a big ninja vanish there, gets you right across that gap. Now that green cacti is a bit awkward, so if you want to play safe here, doing a normal ninja vanish here is there's a very good possibility you're going to get caught. I mean, traditionally I will use a backdash ninja vanish for that one to get the range, but if you want to play safe, you can just come over here, get onto that wall, kick up, and just ninja vanish off to the right, to get and get past him. You got this guy, ninja vanish through, get on up, ninja vanish up there to get past him, long ninja vanish there, and then ninja vanish there. And then you're pretty much across. Now I took a lot of damage there, obviously, but that's just to show like just a general movement, just a couple of ideas of maybe a couple of ninja vanishes you may require. Now, as I say, I wasn't actually originally planning on doing something like this for the tutorial to offer something a little calmer, but I thought I'd at least try and put something out there just to give you, just to at least lay the foundation there first, should it become any use to you first off. And then we'll go into how I generally go about it with everything that goes with that. But pretty much this is a hold right to win most scenario. Only a couple of ninja vanishes are realistically required, and there's a number of them that would be very useful to you. But again, that is each to their own.
Shantae.
So the only bugger, I say, but one of the problems here with the ninja vanish techniques, there are a couple of spots where I switch over to backdash techniques. Mostly that is down to just the fact that slopes, as I mentioned. Slopes are a thing here, and slopes like to be a problem. So one thing you can't do with ninja vanish is ninja vanish into a slope, because the slope will stop you. If you're going vertical.
Let's go.
Well, horizontal side. I mean, if I went like that and just went like that, yeah, that's no problem. But if I try to go left,
Ninja vanish.
it's a problem. So there's two ways around it. One would be to simply jump first and then ninja vanish to avoid the slope. Which, to be fair, for time purposes, probably similar. I tend to throw backdashes in myself. I'll reject those good. So when I get to, there's only about 2 or 3 points of where this actually becomes a thing for me in terms of dealing with the slopes. But traditionally it would just be from here, 2 ninja vanishes so I get to the edge of that slope, turn, 2 backdashes. Every slope is only 2 backdashes from here. Then it'd be jump, ninja vanish, and because I'm still holding forward on him doing another ninja vanish here, he will always be on the ground in the way, so it's another hop and ninja vanish to get by him. Ninja vanish puts me to the edge of the slope, 1, 2, short hop to get on, ninja vanish to the right. And now this is where we got a bit of a thing to keep in mind. There are certain ninja vanishes I use where it requires stuttering. So when I say stuttering, it's basically most of the ninja vanishes I've mentioned to this point is always keeping in mind that after each ninja vanish you do, you're still holding the direction you want to go, which keeps you going more moving forward. There'll be some where I'll mention it's a stutter. So basically, once I've done the vanish itself, I'll release the D-pad. So I'm stuttering to keep myself on a standstill, so when I go for the next one, it sets me up better. Whereas if I keep holding forward, I'll likely go across this wall. So that's generally what I want for the first one. A couple of bandages. One, keep holding right, stutter there, jump, stutter there, diagonal up towards, and as I mentioned, I personally use a backdash jump here just to get across here. Now if I am short of gems, like I would have been if this was a full-on run, this would likely be the gem part I would grab. Now unfortunately we've got no cycle drawing back here, so delay for certain parts is not as concerned. Ninja Vanish, 1, 2, Ninja Vanish, Ninja Vanish, Ninja Vanish. If you're going for if you're using the Ninja Vanishes here, when you get to the edge of that, it's Ninja Vanish, or if you just want to play safer, of course, hop and vanish first. Hop and vanish there to land there. Usually you can just go straight into a vanish and you should get past that guy, but if you don't feel comfortable, just move forward like half a second and you should be fine. Then yeah, for him, he's just in an awkward spot, so you can't just run into him. Well, you can't just go straight into vanish, so you have to move forward a bit first, get the ninja vanish. Then, as I mentioned, the one I use is into the wall, and then I'll kick off and then vanish to the right. My main reason for that is that lines me up to be able to do 4 ninja vanishes as long as I'm precise. With the enemy positions where they are, one green cacti and swapped out, I'll get past them. That's why I do that kick instead of doing the vertical off. Plus, it just gets me a little more horizontal. Your horizontal speed with ninja vanish is better than your diagonals, effectively. And as you saw there, I did a backdash there, backdash falls, going for backdash jump top to a degree, extra bit of momentum. Mainly because if you go for the big normal jump, I mean, he's usually more to the right there, but if I go for a normal jump, I stand more of a risk of getting caught by him. If I was to, no way, shoot. Yeah, I stand more of a chance of getting caught by that green cactus. So I personally, when I get past that false score, I'll move forward a bit, then I'll do the backdash, and I should land about here, which should get me past him because he should be just about here on that side. Then I can engage onto that block. Now you can go from there and just jump up, but as you just saw the first time round, a little tight, gets a little caught. He was there, weren't you? Yeah, it can be a little tight there, so again I'll use a bit of a backdash thing there, or try to, just to give myself that bit more extra clearance. Again, pretty much, as I mentioned, these extra bits of backdashes that I've been mentioning from World 2 onwards, unless I specifically say I recommend it, it's not required, of course. You can just ignore it if you choose to. But as I say, I'm just fitting them in just so you've got the idea of it. As I say, once you get a feel for the backdash jump, it's really not as bad. It's just getting them used ability. There, from here, Ninja Vanish off and across to the right. Well, just to the right, just a short hop to get onto this brick. You can go up first. I tend to just go across the bottom, get onto here, and then it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. So yeah, got 3 ninja. Okay. Trying to die. Oh no. Back in place. So this is another example of the stutter. Now, the stutter here isn't as required, but it's mainly so I don't get caught here. Because there is a chance that if you don't stutter, when you get to this point to make the jump, you might get caught by this sludge and you'll be short hop. You'll be basically forced into a smaller hop, which will stop you from being able to do a standard ninja vanish to the right and land straight on top of here. In the event of that, as soon as you catch it, if you're short, you can just do diagonal up towards and you'll be safe. Or you can just do that if you want to play safe anyway. But it'll be pretty much from this point. Ninja Vanish stutter, although I will probably pull forward a little more myself personally. Then Ninja Vanish stutter, and then I can go for it. So sometimes I may try and squeeze a backdash in if I feel cheeky, but you basically want to get to there. And then we've got, as I mentioned, this cacti here is very nice to catch it. This is where I will do a backdash jump, Ninja Vanish over. That gets me across there, so much safer. That is, if you're going for the all-out, that is a recommended backdash jump to do, mainly because if you just go for a standardised one, you're very much likely to give it a caught. That should land you here. So from here, just jump across. Don't need anything fancy, because what I want to do is get onto the platform on the right that's actually higher up. You can, as I said, you can just ninja vanish through him and be content with that, and you're all good. But if you want to go for the platform, you can go up and go for the top. Do the tutorial, mate. What the hell? Rude. Yeah, it'll involve a jump and a cross, but the thing is, this is a little tighter than it seems. So I mean, if you just jump from there, as you see, I miss. So you want to actually get pretty close to his head. But you don't want to be right in it. So generally, I'll sort of do something like that, where I'll jump in, and when I get the right feel, I might just release the direction for the time being, and then I'll do my dash to reach this platform here. But it is a little awkward. You don't actually have to release the direction to do that, put that delay in the air like I just did the first time. You can just go for it. But as I said, it is tighter, it is more riskier. Then from here, it's, oh hello. You got a couple of, well, that green cacti should be to the right, to the left, sorry, when you're actually doing this in full motion. So it'll be a short hop to get you there. Major Destroyer needs to get health for the purposes. Short hop dash. Push you onto this brick. Then you'd be sort of mid hop. You kind of want to be in between these two guys, and you're just looking to sort of go across like that. Now, usually you should be able to land here without a worry about that green cacti. Of course, I think my action may not have been the best at that one, but you know, you basically want something like that. From there, one to the right, big jump, and then time it right because you want to land on the edge of this platform here. That'd be the idea of it. You guys got to get the right idea of where you've got the right feel for where the dash is going to land you. Of course, I just saw originally if I did a full jump, I could overshoot. But otherwise, it would be that. One, get on there. You may have to do a stutter, depends on your positioning. Then one, quick short hop dash, and then straight across. So that's all the dashes in general motion, what I generally go for. If we're going for the all-out.
Shantae.
Of course, as I said, well, you can just run the desert in general, or at least for the first part of the desert, if you feel comfortable with backdashing, but not necessarily with Ninja Vanish, there are a couple of open stretch areas where you can get well away with those backdashes. But that's pretty much Tassel 1.
Ninja mode.
Right, so, as such, I'll try and do it all in motion. So here we go. So you got two vanishes to start. 1, 2, short hop vanish, short hop vanish, vanish. 1, 2, short hop vanish, vanish. I forgot to delay, but that's basically the first part. Backdash jump and across. Then you vanish across. 2 more backdashes. Short hop, vanish, vanish, vanish. Delay, vanish, vanish into their kickoff and vanish to the right. 4. Big jump like that. I'm not supposed to have jumped there, but okay, my bad. So yeah, Ninja Vanish just directly across there. Ninja Backdash there just to make it a bit easier. Short hop to be able to get onto that brick, onto here. 1, stutter, stutter, stutter. Make it onto there. Backdash jump, sorry, to make it onto here. Across, close in, make it across. Short hop, vanish, short hop, vanish. Land in between, get onto this ledge, across. Get the right position, feel. 1, 2, and 3. So I messed up a few bits there because I was talking a bit, obviously. That is always going to be a thing with me. Whenever I'm trying to talk and try and do those motion things, some things are going to be a little bit awkward. So I'll do it one more. I'll try and do it one more time without talking, and then we'll move on. Or without much talking, but I'll try to at least talk through to at least give the counts and such as we went on. Right, so hopefully, I'm probably going to mess up a few things, of course, but as I say, we'll give it one more crack.
Let's go. Ninja Vanish.
Okay, I got messed up there. Wow. You know what? I'm just going to restart it. Whilst we're at the start. So, red to go, and then 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh wow, now I'm being an idiot. Alright, one more time and that's it. Because I don't want to hold us back anymore than we need to do. So, apologies. I would at least like to try and get it.
Ninja mode.
Or at least close.
Ready. Ninja Vanish.
I'll say one more and then
Shantae.
this is my stubbornness kicking in now. I may have to request an editor for this.
Ninja mode.
Nah. Alright, definitely last one. I can't keep pushing it, otherwise we're going to be here a while. Unfortunately, getting everything right in a Ninja Mode run is not as easy. It's not very easy.
Ninja vanish. Oh yeah. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
With that, the exception of that slip up at the end, we got it. But that's pretty much what you're looking for if you're going for all out. Right. Moving on. The tower. So Tassel 2. This tower is a bit infamous, and this is a bit infamous. In fact, this and the next section are both pretty infamous. Tassel, to get right from start to finish, is probably one of the hardest sections of the run. Mainly because it looks scary. It's not as scary as you think. As I say, it all comes down to the count. If you've got the right count and feel going through, it's not as bad as it sounds, it just looks like it's bad as it sounds. But I do apologise for the next few sections. So, unfortunately, the tower is, in terms of showing a route through tower and the type of things you can consider, the tower itself is pretty straightforward in the sense of your direction. There's only one path.
Ninja vanish.
So, there's not much I can offer in terms of alternative aspects. But if I was to say, if you want to negate any of the craziness, you want to jump up there, jump up here, jump up here, onto here, or vertical up onto here. You can go onto this platform first, then come up here. Watch out for this guy. Make your way up.
Ninja vanish.
You will have to throw a Ninja Vanish on there and kick here, or something on that line. So maybe this is if you want to take it easy, you don't want to learn the Ninja Vanish and just time that way. You can add a few Ninja Vanishes in from what I'm going to be showing afterwards if you choose to. From there, get that brick out, Ninja Vanish up. To the left, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, here comes a funnel. You've got a couple of areas. You can do one Ninja Vanish up there, and you can do something like that. But there's no other platforms there, so you've got to use a few Ninja Vanishes in some way. So from here, jump up there if you need it. I would generally say from here, just do an Ninja Vanish to the right, you should reach here as long as you're level 3 and above. You make your way up here. Now, again, you can take an easier pathway like that, or calmer pathway like that if you so see fit, but there is literally a platform there when you get used to where it is. That's the one I would recommend because it's just so much quicker. Get up to the top here. Make your way over and up. There's a jump pot under there if you really need it. Once you get here, just go up and to the left. Use the chain. Use the Ninja Vanish to reach up there, makes life definitely better. Of course, the rest is just using what you've got. Now, this section is a little more difficult. You've got to watch out for the enemies if you're going to take it calmly. And I would say the thing I'm going to show you after is going to be a bit more straightforward. But you're pretty much looking to use these middle platforms until you left edge more than enemies do. From here, if you vanish up here and vanish up here, this is the usual pathway I take. Well, these are ones I personally recommend putting in. Gets you up to this point, easy enough. Up onto the ring, big jump, up, touch there, then do another vertical. Or if you don't feel comfortable doing that, kick off the walls first and then go up. Up here, and up there, grab the chain. Now you've got an enemy there, just diagonal up towards the right to avoid him. And vertical up. So all the vanishes I'm using at the moment are the ones I personally recommend. Now you've got to be a little careful with the bullet pattern here. Once you see the first one go, you can do an inversion up to the right and then just vertical up here, and then you can just make your way to the right. So that would be as good as I can put it in a calmer way. But there are there's certain elements you have to watch out for if you're going to do something like that. Mainly that one section where you've got multiple chains and you've got those enemies in that central line. That's one of the big awkward ones. And the approach that I'm going to show in this one is the one I personally recommend getting used to, because it eliminates any of the RNG there. You just got to be cautious of one particular part. But when you get a feel for it, It's not so bad. So pretty much this section is mainly just vanishing everywhere. And it does take a bit of getting used to. Luckily, again, this doesn't rely on any cycle-based segments, so we are safe for now on that.
Ninja mode.
But yeah, there are a few things you just have to deal with. Right, so from here, pretty much you can do this one of two ways. You can just ninja vanish across once, jump up, ninja vanish again. You can save a fraction of bit of time if you jump up here and then ninja vanish, but get it at the right framework. If you get it at the right framework, you'll basically just stop still in the middle. So that was a bit early. If you get the right vanish, you can stop her in the middle a bit. Okay, so from here, onto there. So the pathway I generally take is this. I'll go on there, I'll jump up, vanish up to the left. That'll put me here. From there, I'll jump and I'll vanish here. Now, if I'm precise, I can get the touch wall here, but I don't tend to go for that because it's a bit tight. The next bit of maneuverability is going to look scary. It's going to look a little bit scary, but as long as when you get the feel for it, it's not as bad. So that ledge I was just slashing at, I'm going to jump off of there, ninja vanish vertical up. But as soon as I land there, the enemy's going to literally be in my face. From the moment I'm available to, I'll be ninja vanishing down up to the left to grab a ring. So there is a chance I'm going to get hit, but when you get a feel for it, you can usually avoid it more times than not. So if you want to, like that. So I'll put you onto this ring here. So yeah, this is a heavy memorized aspect, and the difference with this is there's a lot less about keeping account of how many dashes you do in any direction or single direction. It's more about going, okay, so now I go left, I go diagonal up, I go right, like you would just general maneuvering. So now this is where this area does include a lot more wall kicking, well, a little bit. So I'm going to literally just go jump up and vertical up from the ring. I'm not going to go in any direction. Once I've done the vertical, I'm going to be holding right because I'm going to touch the wall. I'm going to kick off a bit, and I should reach the top of the platforms on the left here. Like that. From here, I want to do a top of some kind, vertical up, touch the wall to the left of me, and then kick straight off to get on here. As you saw, I cut through the ceiling a little bit. Now you can either just run up to the brick, or you can just do another ninja vanish if you want. Same here, ninja vanish up. Once you can get through, get you on that brick. So onto that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so my approach here is I literally climb one side of the wall. So you have to get a little bit of a different feel for this, because the thing here is, like in Area 2-2, when at the end of the section where I use the wall to stick to regenerate my ninja vanish, I'm doing the same thing here, but for about 3 or 4 times. The difference between just doing ninja vanishes in a row versus sticking to the wall and regenerating, it's a slower pace. So you have to get used to hearing or getting a feel for when you know you've touched the wall to then just go straight up. So literally just I'll ninja vanish diagonal up into this wall. Once I know I've stuck, I'll release, ninja vanish vertical, stick, release, ninja vanish vertical, stick, ninja vanish to the right. Right and up. Now, unfortunately, I've got that wrong. If you get it right, you should be on here. Obviously, I'm going to show it in full motion anyway. There is that. If you're really short on gems, that is a gem pot you can get, which isn't that far out of your way. There is a couple I've already bypassed, which is for the purposes of going for the full speed, which I wouldn't personally recommend getting because of certain things, but you can stop for it. One is by that scary guy to the left. Yeah, as I say, from here, this is pretty much what I've already shown. Oh, hello. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. That's the problem with talking about this when you got wheel up your backside. So I guess I can show the first bit in a little more motion. So as mentioned, on here, vanish up to the right, or to the left, on here, kick off there, 1, 2. As I said, there is that gem pot there, which you can just go 1, 2 across the side first, then grab that, and then just grab it if you want. Up, cross, stick to the wall, kick off, short hop, up, kick off the wall, get across it. Get that ring, get that block over, vertical up, get to that platform, knock them over, and then it's left, and you're off. You get a feel for that as you go. On there, on the edge, ninja vanish over there, big jump, as though you're about to touch that ring, but you don't need to touch that ring because the ninja just vertical up here. And then you want to go jump, hold a bit to the left, so where like the line of the edge is, where the small pot is, vertical up, do the same thing to the right. 2 vanishes to the left, 1 vanish up and across. I had to do that in motion because there are fireballs there, so once you get the fireballs in the screen, you need to get all that in a continuous motion if you want to bypass and get past the flame. So as I say, off that ring, to the left a bit, vertical up, big jump to the right a bit, vertical up, gets you on here. 2 ninja vanishes to the left, short up, ninja vanish down up to the right, should get you onto that ledge. Be careful not to get stuck on that little corner bit there. And then ninja vanish 1 to the right, 1 the vertical, then hold left to land on here. Then from here you've got another little bit of a wall sticky thing, but not as big. So I'd usually go from here, 1 to the left, jump up towards, diagonal up, then stick up, and kick. Followed by vanish, probably run off of there, vanish, get that off. Big jump and vanish so you reach here. So the pathway I take on here is I will jump vertically up first, down, vanish, ninja vanish to the up left, grab the chain, jump up the chain once, then I'm going to jump over and I want to line myself with the platform underneath me to pretty much right at where the left side is, and then I'm going to keep going ninja vanishing up. If you get it right, you'll be right next to an enemy, but you won't get caught by it. There. Then you just vanish. From there, short up, and this is pretty much the same as before. First couple of vanishes to get here. Up on this one, sticky, go up, vertical up. Now instead of going for the chain here, what I would normally do is I jump, big jump, kick off of there, vertical. And then the rest of this is as I showed before. On here, vanish up that way, make sure to watch out for them, hit that, get the vertical up, big jump, and then ninja vanish once, ninja vanish twice. I hope that made at least a little bit of sense of the way I've described it, because it, let's say a lot of this section literally relies on the ninja vanishes quite heavily. But as does a number of spots in the run, but this one in particular, there's a lot more of knowing exactly where you're going. Right, so I'll try and get that in motion, in a full motion, and then we'll move on to Skybridge.
Ninja mode.
God forbid. Right, so hopefully if everything goes right, it should look a little like this.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Damn it. Try once more. My jump didn't trigger. It was looking good as well.
Ninja mode.
Right, I don't mind that first bit. That we don't need to repeat that. Yeah, one more of this, and then we'll move on. Watch out for the wilbur. Oh, interesting.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Oh, got caught.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Oh wow.
Ninja vanish.
Alright, not as clean as I would have liked it, but for the purposes of moving on, I think I'm just going to let that go. But that's kind of what you're looking for the most part. There was a couple of things that went a little awry there, but that's the general gist with what I've described. So here comes the big one, Skybridge. One of the more awkward sections to complete consistently well. The biggest problem is everything in the section with what I'm going to be talking with relies on the cycle. So there are, I mean, it is known that Half Genie Hero has a number of cycles in a run in general. Ninja Mode kind of gets away with cycles in a way because of the fact that you can bypass it with stuff like Ninja Vanish. So cycles are nowhere near as prominent, except for here as one of the main sections that relies on the cycle-based techniques. So unfortunately, with that in mind, I can't really show a Karma approach to this, mainly being for the purposes of the tutorial. It's just not without me knowing how the cycles are going to work, without already preparing something Karma, I can't. So I'm going to apologise in advance, but for the purpose of this, I can only show you the way I generally approach it and the kind of things I keep in mind for it. If you want to try and find a Karma form, I would say at that point I will say have a look at some other people's runs outside of myself. They've probably got some other manoeuvrability and techniques that they use that is a bit more relaxed. So the idea of this is you can't miss a beat if you want to get everything right. Otherwise, you are literally, once one thing goes wrong, you're improvising to a degree, or at least to a degree. Or unless you're willing to delay when you get to another screen and allow the cycle to play. That's pretty much all you can do. So what I have here is it's a lot of Ninja Vanishes, but it's precision. So you need to be comfortable with how far or where you precisely land your vanishes, so you know you're landing on the blocks that you want to, because a number of the blocks are small. Outside of that, a couple of things to keep in mind. I mean, my gem count is low. Even if my health is low, if I want to get the cycles I want, I can't even get the health that's at the start of the stage. But I will. But for the purpose of this, I'm not going to go all out. But for the purpose of this, there is a health there if you need. But that you have to keep in mind how your cycles are going to be affected. So, yeah, just as an idea. So as you can see, you've got 2 bricks there. That's a cycle going off of there. So all of this is going to be going off as you go. So most I can suggest in terms of calming it down realistically is if you want to try and ignore them and just focus on Ninja Vanishing to the blocks themselves, but then you got to worry about enemy positions. So as you can see, there's a block there that doesn't move at all, so you could aim for that one before you aim across here. But you've got the problem here, these archers act on hardcore mode as well, they fire off quicker. So you've got to be aware, and you need to keep moving forward, because once they turn, they're after you. You've got to be prepared to manoeuvre. So as I say, I can't really offer a common version, but I can at least give you an idea of what to keep an eye out for. So archers in this entire section, the way I approach them is I intentionally do hold back a little bit, and I don't go as quick as I can on my vanishes, because as you see, the archer on the left, she's aiming to the right. At no point, realistically, outside of 1 or 2 points where it is not an issue, I don't want any of the archers aiming to the right, because that's a good chance that they catch me, knock my gems down, from. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The first part, in terms of the cycle, the brick that's being hit now at the top there, that is what I'm trying to beat. Let's get rid of that. Okay, that's good. Yeah, in the general cycle, that's the brick I'm trying to beat. So what I'm aiming to do is, as it's shaking, because it gets pretty close, I'm already there, vanishing over to the right, and that block will catch me.
Let's go.
Otherwise, the only way exactly around it, well, as I say, this is all I can really do in terms of calming down, just delay a few things, aim for the spots that you know for a fact are going to be good, delay a little bit, that will be out of the way, delay a little bit. You'll have to rely on something here. Just take whichever pathway you can, just get around. More gems there if you need to stop still. If you're not worried about cycle base, then you've got a number of pops here that you can get for gems if you need it. So if you're going for the all out though, you've got to get here. You've got to keep in mind you're not going to be getting any gems. Make your way across, big ninja vanish across the top, you can get over there. I said I couldn't offer anything for this, but I'm trying to offer something. So watch out for that. But then you've got a problem here, you've got archers that are going crazy, so you've got to be aware of them. And then get an ninja vanish through there, you can get on there. But just be aware that that platform's going to drop. Oh yeah, the longer you take Jerkbird short, you make it even more awkward. Just make sure you get across basically. Onto here, down and up towards to get onto here, more gems on the path. This is not so bad, it's a bit calmer. Ninja vanish on there. You know, just be careful with all these guys. But as you can see, obviously because I don't know the pathway, I'm getting hit by a lot of enemies. Unfortunately, this is something I'll have to say. You have to kind of keep an eye on yourself. But there's a number of advantages you've got. So most I can offer in advice is aim for as many platforms as you can that you know are definitely going to be there, so it'll eliminate the cycle. Then you're just left with the final stretch, which depends on which brick layout you got, will determine which way you go, which way you have it. A couple of arches to the top, ninja vanish by them. Always stick to the top path is what I personally recommend. And then you just got to deal with this however you see fit. A couple of ninja vanishes, maybe try and reach across like that. That's not what I do personally, but as I say, that's as good as I can offer you in some kind of insight for karma aspects. But unfortunately, I can't really show you much in it, so for the purpose of the tutorial, I apologise for that. So now it's time to go to what I have to do. So as I say, this will look much scarier than it actually is. I don't think once you get used to Skybridge, it's not as bad as it seems, but it is one of those areas that once one thing goes slightly off the beat, you got to keep in mind that your cycle might be affected. There are certain parts where you can get away with a very minor issue, but if you get knocked back or an archer turns around, you got a problem. So the main key points of this area is memorization, getting used to where you time your ninja vanishes, and how you work around with the setup of the enemies, and how you manipulate the enemies, especially the archers, into your favour. As I say, you mainly want them, at least for most of them, you want them to stay aiming to your left. Because once you ninja vanish past them and you keep manoeuvring going forward, you pretty much eliminate them from the prospect unless you take too much of a standstill. So the first part, quick vanish here, big jump, vanish, land, big jump, vanish, vanish. That's kind of the start bit, and I use that brick, so that'll get us to here. There's one other thing I did do when I was on here. I did do a stutter, because if you keep moving forward, you will get hit by that pincer. If you go too early, you'll get hit by that pincer. So, first part, main thing to keep in mind, that brick will always be there as long as you don't make a mistake. The moment you enter the field, you want one teleport onto here, which is why you do a quick hop and vanish. Then it's one big jump and vanish, and that brick will always be there when you're just starting the section. So when you do this for the first time, the pincer will not be in your way. Now, I keep running off because I want to keep the cycle a certain way. If I go too quick at the start, it's going to affect something in the next screen because everything in this area is on the global cycle. So I want to keep it a certain way because otherwise there'll be a platform that will be too low by the time I get to it, and that will give it a very good opportunity for an archer to hit me. And even with this delay, there's a possibility that if I go too accurate. Yeah, from there, as I say, one big jump, you land on the platform that is always there. That's one that doesn't manoeuvre. You want to stutter to allow that pincer to drop back down real quick. Then it's another big one onto there. Small hop, land on the edge here. So this stuff I'll say throughout. I'll say these short hop things. So it's sort of like short to mid hops is going to be a kind of a key thing throughout this entire thing, which will help you manipulate these archers. So you want to sort of like go like that to get across, and she should aim across. And of course, if you go too fast, then yeah, if you go too fast, she can easily turn around and aim at you. So you want that kind of hop on there, but you want to hit this actual layout. I'll go along with it. You want to hit that brick really soon. If you go over the brick and land on the next part, you can still get through. The problem is the archer afterwards is most definitely going to turn, more than likely. And although you can get away with it, it makes it tighter. That'll get you past the first. That should get you past the first part, but it is a tight section overall. The first part don't seem like it, but when you get past the second archer, you want to jump and time at the right point, so you get past the brick that is about to pop out, but you get back by that and still land on the brick that's after it. Then it'll be a short hop onto a brick, short hop, vanish, hop, vanish. Gets you past the first section.
Ninja mode.
So the first section, if it goes right, should look a little like this. Stutter.
Ninja vanish.
Now it doesn't matter if that archer turns, because you're going to be walking under it. Now you could ninja vanish through here, but I wouldn't recommend it. I recommend running for a particular reason. It sets up the platform. It helps set the platform a little better, and it also helps you to set up both your ninja vanishes as well as the manipulation of the next archer. So that first section in mind. When you enter this one, as soon as you're available to, you want to ninja vanish once to the right, jump up, but you don't want to pull to the right. You kind of want to jump up. You want to kind of keep yourself in a gap. So I mean, I didn't ninja vanish there. You ninja vanish here. If you want to do sort of a ninja vanish here, if you just jump up and ninja vanish like around here, you'll fall off the edge. The idea is to get behind the archer. So you kind of want to make the after the person. You want to jump up. You want to kind of keep yourself tight in here, so you can vanish like that and land on that edge. So there'll be a number of stutter plays that'll be in motion. There'll be stutter play in the air here, as well as stutter play on that brick, so you can then ninja vanish across here. And you may or may not need the stutter play there, depending on where your angle and positions are. I'm probably going to take a death blow. But that, as I say, by doing it in that such a fashion, you'll be able to get behind the archer, number one. And two, because you haven't ninja vanished into the screen, so you're further back. By the time you've done the two manoeuvres, the archer will start to fire. She's aiming to the left, and manipulates her into staying in that direction.
Ninja mode.
Right, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to do the next bit like rapid, because I've obviously got to try and do it all in cycles. The entire area is one big cycle.
Ninja vanish.
Oh, okay. I'll try not to keep us here too long. But yeah, unfortunately, this is just one area that relies on the entire set of cycle base. Right, so as I say, you've got two vanishers, stuff to play delay to get behind there, and unfortunately I messed up, that's fine. I'll just work whatever cycle I can. So I'll try and reset that archer if I can. So what you want to do is say ninja vanish up, ninja vanish pull, well not pull back, but put your position it in a way so you land behind the archer. Then you want to do a hop, vanish across to the right. You'll land on the moving platform that's going up from the bottom into the right. Another hop, potentially, well maybe, depends how you feel, but I usually do a hop. Vanish to the right, you'll land in front of the next archer. By that point, that archer shouldn't be getting ready to fire. It'll just be a straight vanish. It'll just be a straight vanish to the right to get past him. That'll get you onto the next set of column or next set of bricks, which unfortunately the cycle's going to be out of bounds for. But that's basically what you're looking for. It turned out the cycle was in the right place. But so yeah, you land in front of him, in front of that archer. You ninja vanish, you land on that first structural platform. Now I didn't do an additional ninja vanish straight away because I'm intentionally waiting for the cycles. That archer at the bottom, as I said, has a possibility that if you go a bit too accurate, can still hit you on that one platform that's down low to the one you're going to be landing on. It's the one that's moving up and down the first one. Because if you're going a bit too quick, that platform will be a little bit lower where the arrows will catch you. But otherwise, yes, you'll be on there. You don't want, obviously, yeah. You don't want that archer to catch you, so you basically get on that one, on that first one, sorry, that one that's about to fall. I'm trying to keep the cycle going, but in a weird way. So you'll be on there, you go onto there, and it should be in such a way where you can do a ninja vanish to land on here, and then you can just run off and land on this one. That pencil will be aiming up at that time, but you just want to jump, vanish there, and then vanish down and go up to land on this brick. From here, it's 4 ninja vanishes to the right. You don't have to stutter it, but on the last one you do. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you stutter it, so you land here. Of course, I got an arrow at my bum, but you're supposed to just then go ninja vanish, land on the falling block, stutter, hop, ninja vanish to the right, 2 more ninja vanishes across. That'll get you into the last screen. Outside of that, the first screen is going to be awkward to describe and show in kind of motion because of everything that's going to be happening, but I'll try.
Ninja mode.
I've already lost the cycle, so I'm just going to try and improvise a little bit here. So I think I can get the last screen to manipulate the way I want to. Really? This is awkward. Now you see why I don't improvise very often. So 1, 2, onto here, up the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, stutter. 1 to the right, stutter, jump, hop. 1 to the right, and 2. Now, sometimes you might be a little too far to the right, but you may only get 1 vanish and then you'll land on the actual transition. If that happens, then when you get in here, you obviously be able to start down in here. You can just go vanish to start with, then hop, vanish. Now, the cycle you want is the one that's currently in play, where you've got 3 bricks to the bottom. So when they're in play, from there you want big jump, vanish, land on the end, short hop, vanish, straight vanish. That'll set you up in front of that archer. And then it's supposed to be short hop, vanish, short hop, vanish, short hop, vanish, so you reach this bit. And I'll say it in that way, because those short hop vanishes with that extra bit of stutter, at least for the first 2, will at least line you up in such a way that you manipulate as much of the archers aiming to the left, so they don't hit you. That third one is just to reach this block and just makes life a little easy. Unfortunately, everyone's firing, so you mainly just want to be on there, vanish, vanish, which brings you onto here. Now, unfortunately, the pattern's not going to be in the right place, so I'm just going to take a do. But what would happen is the bricks that I've just shown out there now, 1, 2, and there'll be a third one there. They'll be the ones that are about to come out by the time you get to that point, if everything's gone right. So it'll be a bigger jump, Ninja Vanish down up to the right, you'll land on that brick, Ninja Vanish once to the right, and keep holding right, you'll land on another brick, which is another smaller lower. Then you want a short hop, allow yourself to fall, Ninja Vanish to the right. And then jump and Ninja Vanish again to the right to bypass an enemy that is there. You can kind of go up instead of down. I tend to go down. Now, I have to describe it like that for now because I've been here for a while. I'm looking at my laptop time and I think I've spent a bit too long here. I need to push things forward a little sooner, so now I'm just going to move on to just showing it in motion. Unfortunately, it's the best I can describe it in the setup that it is. It's hard to really show it in the same way as a lot of the other areas because the whole section it relies on that cycle being in the right place to do accurately. So hopefully I can try and get it all in one motion. You'll be able to see this, but this will be one of those that I'll probably put a VOD up separately for, if I can't anyway. And that's the problem when you go too quick. There is a possibility that the archer turns. So I'm glad that got in there because at least you got to see. Because I went a little bit fractionally quick. It's quite a tight frame window. But because I went a little bit too quick, the archer turned, which would have been a problem. Oh. Okay. So my vanish was a bit too short. Come on, Turkey, get it right quickly, please. That's the first one. I'm an idiot. I didn't even jump. Alright, a couple of minutes and then we'll move on. And there you go. That's basically Skybridge. Scary to look at and a pain to actually learn, simply because of the fact that it relies heavily on you making basically no mistakes. Once you make a single mistake, the cycle becomes different and you have to alterate for it. Although I'm not 100% on this, the last screen in particular, if you do fall off cycle, if you choose to delay near the start and allow that brick pattern to come out the way it would be if it was in cycle, I'm not 100% on this, but I think it might align the remainder of that cycle back up. But I'm not 100% of that, but I thought it's worth at least mentioning in case you'd like to experiment with it, because I can't remember if it does or not. But so, yeah, that's basically Skybridge in a nutshell. I will say for that one as well, about say at some point, about say if anyone needs to ask me any questions, they can feel free to do so, like in Discord or something about Skybridge, because as I say, it's hard to really show that and describe it with the way it is. So now we get to Wilbur. So this boss literally needs one showing and one showing only. So this is basically this game's version of an auto-scroller, and again, he does work off of his heavier aspect of the faster aspect of it being, his eyeball being a bit erratic. Now that's basically irrelevant, because all you really need to know with this, two key things. One, when he's shooting off his eyeballs, use your ninja vanish in any direction, in left or right, just stick to one direction and use it a few times until he's done. He'll never touch you. Second being, getting a feel for where to fire off your shurikens. It's the only fight where the shurikens is a little bit mandatory, only because it just saves a little bit of time on each eyeball hit going around, because that's just how it's not damage it takes, it's just hits it takes. So for the first part you have to give a little more delay, but as you get on with the fight, the eyeball speeds up. You're kind of looking at, if you look at the arena, you're kind of looking at somewhere like in the angles of that kind of angles in both the top sides of when to throw your shuriken, if not a little more before, but as it gets faster you kind of get a feel for that. If you're not sure, then you just wait a little longer. It's not the end of the world. And to be fair, the shurikens only save a little bit of time, but it's also safer than trying to time it with your sword, because if you miss with the sword, the eyeball's going to just roll into you. And as I mentioned, I want to be level 4 by the time this fight's done, and I am short, I'm at 138. So as I say, eyeball, just choose a direction, doesn't matter which one, go. Now you're down to just his RNG. So he's going to fire out a bunch of like boulders. There'll be one that's a different colour than the other, and you just hope it lands nearby. If it does, great, hit it, put it in good. If not, then you just want to get to it as quick as you can, hit or throw a shuriken nearby it so it pushes it a bit quicker. Then once it lands into the cannonball slot, stand on the switch, let it fire. Just make sure you're not on the switch when you hit the cannonball into the cannon, because if the cannon's out, it's going to break the board and you have to do another cycle. So as I say, I'm at 138, but the good thing is for every time you hit one of these cannonballs that you need to hit in, it drops 5 gems. So that's why I mentioned about if you're 15 short, it's not so bad, because you can get them in the fight as long as you don't take a hit. But you've got to be observant at this point. Just pay attention to where he's firing and just where the shadows are, and just make sure you don't get caught. And then you just have to react in accordance as best as you can. And that's basically the fight, but it's for 4 rounds. So the second part of it is actually doing the hits on the eye. So he's going to fire out the eye, delay, wait till he gets off the screen, and just shimmy over. Let it move, then get across, shuriken toss, get across, shuriken toss, shuriken toss. Basically, for the first phase, you can get away with ninja vanish, then pretty much throw the stars somewhat immediately, but not quite exactly. You get a feel for it as you go, but the second one's a little different, because you can't really use your ninja vanish as much, because the eyeball's going a bit quicker, so it's just a case of moving over and making the strike. So again, you don't know where it's going to land, you just got to keep an eye out and just see where it goes, whilst make sure you don't get caught. So in this event, those gems are about to disappear, so what I'll do for this is, as soon as I can, I'll ninja vanish over. Get them, let the eyeball land, and we go. Oop, oh, that's early again, that's not good. But that's the general gist of what you're looking for. Phase 3. Just keep going until he's done. Actually, you can go to 20 gems, sorry, I forgot there's a 4th cannonball you can hit. And then one, this will be the last eyeball cycle. He has 3 eyeball cycles, but he does have a 4th cannonball to hit him. And that's pretty much it. So, I was saying earlier it's 15 gems by the time you get to him. It's actually 20. I forgot there's a 4th cannonball that you can get. Although with the 4th one, you may have to go out your way to pick up the gems first before landing on the switch, because you won't be able to maneuver afterwards. Depends on where it lands, so like in this case, it won't be so bad because I'll hit it and I'll go for that switch anyway. Whereas if it was right next to me, I might actually have to go out the way to grab them first before actually landing the switch, so I can get myself the max it's pretty important to make sure you get to this next section on that. Although the area itself is not hard, the fight, you'd rather have Max to do it as well as you can. The problem is the next boss fight that comes up, there's no real way of going about it. It's not necessarily difficult, it's just very awkward with Ninja Shantae. Oh yeah, I beat your worm. Done it.
Ninja Vanish.
So it literally comes down to, like, you kind of have to just get a feel for the fight in general, but it's not a straightforward fight because you've got a couple of things that are a little awkward in position. Plus you have to get the right, you need to kind of gauge the right position for yourself so you can get the sword damage in without actually whatnot. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. So this next part's an auto-scroller. So again, we don't have to go. So the first thing you just need is short up Ninja Vanish. That's it. So the rest of it just plays out like it does in any other mode. If you're familiar with any of the other Tassel 1 areas, then this is pretty much standardised. Now, you can get away, if you're lucky, with having less not being at level 4 at this point, and just hoping that these guys on the carpets will give you what you're looking for. But of course, as I said, this is a gamble, which is why ideally you want to get level 4 before you enter here. But if you're a little bit short, it doesn't mean you're out of luck straight away. There is a possibility. Yeah, describing how to go through this is, unfortunately, there's nothing to really say. It's just literally just follow the carpet, grab the rings as you go. Literally take it super casual because you want to auto scroll anyway. But here, you don't want that thing, so just a Ninja Vanish across will do you fine. Get out of the way. Oh! Whoops. Don't Ninja Vanish there. Whoops. Not bad. I got a little carried away there. Yeah, there's no reason to rush the section too much. I say the only part you might want to try and rush a little bit is after this guy. Is when you see the carpets jump on it just to move it a little bit quick. We'll just get things going a little quick, but it's not really anything. It's really not worth it. Yeah, I'm not supposed to have gotten that dream squid, so don't Ninja Vanish there. That's all I can say. So Twitch and Vinegar, this is the awkward fight in general. Now, there's no real one, as I said, there's no real way of going about this. But it's mainly because they're on their hardcore mode variant, so they're fast. That's the problem. That's the real problem. It's their speed in conjunction with everything else, because the carpets don't get any quicker. And so you just got to kind of work with it. So the carpets go either clockwise or counterclockwise. I don't really think there's any real benefit to either of them for the ninja mode in general. The idea is to pretty much start as soon as the fight starts. I just run into walls. I try and throw a shuriken off, or a couple of shurikens off, like 2 or 3. Until the carpets get a little bit closer and start the rotation. Then I don't want to be right at the edge of the carpets. I want to be a little bit behind it, like behind the yellow ridge. Mainly because I want to be close enough that my sword's going to connect. But if I'm just too close, then they can catch me and I lose gems. That becomes a problem. Now the odds are you're going to take heavy damage in this area. Luckily, the next section starts off with a heart, and in terms of execution of the area, there's no real cycle-based stuff. There's no real cycle-based stuff in there, so you can stop to get that heart. And usually, more times than not, I end up with grabbing it myself. The only thing that, in terms of a tactic that I can keep in mind here, is based on just intuition. So it depends on what is going on, mostly with her at the bottom. Will determine how you kind of approach, because she'll go either top, bottom, middle when she comes out when it starts firing up with the rotation, and she can only do one of each. But depending on where the carpets are positioned, you may or you may not have an opportunity to really do anything damage-wise. So one tactic you can use, if you choose to take the chance, is you can intentionally fall off the carpet. That will cause you to take damage, but if played right and you don't get caught by anything else, because it is a bit awkward even when you take that, you can get caught by their bodies and that can knock you back out of it and lose your gems, but it'll give you a small amount of invulnerability without costing you any gems at all. It's not really a tactic I generally recommend, but it is what it is. Other than that, if she's in a position that makes it awkward to attack, all you can really do is keep a bit of a distance, throw your shurikens just to get as much damage as you can, but unfortunately I've not really found a real concrete way of dealing with this fight. So it is pretty much kind of, you wing it. Unfortunately, that's all I can say for this fight. I wish I could give you something more than that. but I can't. But it will always start the same as always. Get a couple of strings off, get your position right, get your sword going. So I'm going anti-clockwise. Now, see, now I can't do much about that. One down. Okay, I unfortunately got a hit against me, but that's basically what you're looking at for the fight. You've just got to kind of go with the flow and get an idea of what it is, and there's no real strategy to it. There's no real major strategies to the fight. It's just you could take 4 damage to try and prevent to try and use iframes to your advantage, and they will always follow the same pattern. They will always, well, the carpets won't. The carpets can go clockwise or counterclockwise, but they will always spin. Then the bottom girl will come out first, and she will shoot top, middle, bottom in any order of her choosing. That's unfortunately where you got to react. Then they'll rotate again. The carpets will switch their direction, and then the other one will come out and will pretty much just go up and down. Now she's the easy one to handle. Now it doesn't guarantee she's going to start at the bottom, but that's also kind of why I took that tank kit, because as soon as she comes in, she could easily throw a bomb straight away. I could use those iframes to sort of get a feel for the position straight off the bat. Try and get some good damage in. If I can keep close, and as long as I'm still at level 4, I can get her down pretty quick. As soon as you go to level 3 in this fight, it becomes awkward. It becomes even more awkward, shall I say, because it's hard to deal with it. Because you just can't get enough rapid fire slashes in within the time frame where you can get away with being close. I won't repeat the fight because unfortunately there's nothing I can really offer in terms of anything in a concrete avenue. It's just one of them fights that is a problem. Right, so this next section is not too bad overall, and I can offer a karma aspect. So straight away, as soon as you enter, get this pot, and you can either shuriken it, hit, slash it, doesn't really matter. This is pretty much you going from left to right, keeping an eye on the airship. So if you're not bothered about ninja vanishes as much, just run. Ninja vanish when you get to an enemy. Ninja vanish up there, run across here. Now, you got to keep in mind, these kind of things can be a little awkward. Well, obviously I was stood still, but there are 2 guys down there. 3 guys, sorry. There. But you can go down if you want. There's nothing really there, so it's not worth it. But it's not very. But usually you just run by this without any concern. Traditionally, you usually be safe. But if you chose to do ninja vanishes, be careful of those floor platforms, because there's a chance that they can stutter you a little bit. But obviously that's something I'll show a bit after when it gets to it, potentially. As I say, just ninja vanish by them guys. You can try and jump them, but they hit hard. So I'd recommend when you get to an enemy that you can ninja vanish by, just ninja vanish by them. Other than that, yeah, just run across here. You shouldn't get caught by an enemy there. Guy there, jump on there, ninja vanish to the right. When that ship spawns in, which should be relatively straight away, you can ninja vanish through that. Now, again, you got lasers here, so you've got to ninja vanish anyway. So ninja vanish through that one, ninja vanish through that one. Now, you can go straight away with another ninja vanish, but I'd suggest if you are going to ninja vanish here, short hop. Trying to jump over these cannons are finicky as well, but you can also delay. As I said, you can also delay as I did to make sure this ship spawns in properly, and then carry on. Move her across. Got a laser there. Now there's a visual cue I use for this, not for the laser itself, it's for the cannon. Again, this is something you can go for, not it's up to you, but in the background you've got these rails. It's one of the only spots of where I actually use a good visual. Usually the bars that are going in between it, so you've got 2 big bars at the top, 2 bars either side making the rectangle, and then there's the bars in between. Usually it's the bar to the far right of it, that's in the middle, that's got one of the red arrows above it. I will try, when I'm manoeuvring, to ninja vanish in such a way that I'd be there, so when I do a ninja vanish there, it should get me past the cannon. Then again, of course, you've gone here, jump across. Now, if you need additional gems, in general, there's only 2 pots in this particular screen where you can get some. There is much more gems in the next area that you can work with, but you don't want to be too low anyway, so you might take it as a safeguard. So this ship will not usually be here, so you can usually get across the top normally. Otherwise, an ninja vanish down will help you get by that. And it's the same with this one, although this one is a bit more scarier. That railing again, ninja vanish by if you want. or you can just get across close and either hide, destroy, or just maneuver around it, do whatever you need to do, and wait for the ship to pop in. Then you got these lasers. So unfortunately I've been down to level 2 for now, so I have to go back out and go. But as long as you're at level 3, you can get past all these lasers no matter what its cycle is. But you do have to get pretty close to that one, to the first one, to get away with it. And if you're doing it all in motion, the ship's also moving that way with you. So as you're vanishing, it's still moving across. Otherwise, it would just be a case of just wait for a gap and then vanish from it. Obviously, I'm only on level 2 right now, so it makes this a bit awkward to speak in terms of that aspect. But those lasers in terms of cycle is not a concern overall. But if you want to play safe, just wait for a bit, wait till the Fury off, and then vanish from it. Other than that, got that. You need extra health. There's health there. Watch out for them. Big jump and vanish gets you across here, run across the top. So for this one, this is the way I'd go about it. It's the way I'd recommend it. Because if you try and get in close, or do all the ninja vanishes at this point, when the lasers spawn in, you'll get across, but then a guy will shoot at the bottom and catch you anyway. You'd rather not have that. So instead of going straight for all the vanishes up and about by getting behind this ammo guard, go in front of him instead, and then jump and vanish there. Now usually that guy will get out, and then you just go for another vanish, get past that laser. Sets you up nicely, and then it's just a simple case of run to the end, and you're done. So I mean, that's if you don't want to use any ninja vanish techniques or not. That's the basics of what you need to keep in mind. Hey Shentok, it's not my birthday now, yeah, that's if you want to just run and jump.
Shantae, half genie hero.
Main key points on that is be very careful with the cannons themselves. Their hitbox are weird. Or a little bit odd, a little bit weird. They're a little bit tight. Even if you jump over them, they can be a bit too tight. So if you can get used to using the visuals to do ninja vanish behind them and you get comfortable with that, it's recommended. Otherwise, just take a moment, let the ship spawn in, and then get the vanish across so you can land on the other ship. Just as a safeguard. But if you want the all out, fair enough, but it's still not good. If you want the all out, pretty much, I still get the health usually anyway, because this area can hurt. So, get the health. The first thing you do is, you get the health, ninja vanish across, short hop, ninja vanish again. That's because if you do 2 straight, he will catch you. So the short hop there gets by him. Now as that ship is spawning in, you vanish on, 3 vanishes across, and then the next bit is your choice. You get 3 vanishes here, you can either just jump on here first and then go, or if you feel comfortable with it, as it's moving, obviously the ship will actually be moving, you can do a vanish and land in front of him and then go through. So that's a personal choice, and it depends where you land. Then it'd be 1 vanish here, 2 vanish there, and you'll land here. Now this ship would actually be in motion, obviously you'd be in motion with the ship as it's going. So normally what would be is, as it's moving, you do 1 vanish in, and I don't want to hit the cannon really, so I do a very quick pull back vanish. So I go in front instead of into it. And then it would be short hop vanish. That ship should spawn in, brings you into here. Land. You can get away with 3 ninja vanishes on that if you stutter step. Unfortunately with the ammo guards around, that's going to be a problem for me. So I'm not going to show you now, I have to do it in motion. But you can stutter step if you want. Then you get here. 1 short hop in there. Ninja vanish with the visual cue as I mentioned. Jump, vanish, vanish. Unless you really need gems, and if you jump, vanish, collect gems, then jump, vanish. As I said, that ship should not be in the way, so you would normally just jump and vanish and be fine. Obviously, this is a little different. Vanish here, vanish across. As I mentioned, as long as you're at level 3, you can get one. I mean, that kind of went away a bit too soon, but never mind. So that's a basic gist of the section. I haven't got to the end part yet, but I mean, it's not necessarily cycle based, but because the way I approach it does work with the ships in motion. Let's go back. I'll do the section in 1 motion for the time being. I'll try and describe the end part as well. The end part is a lot more straightforward compared to the rest of it, but this section as a whole is not the worst.
Ninja mode.
So as I say, it's more just keeping your counts as per a normal run. So land, get the health more than likely. 1 ninja vanish, jump ninja vanish. Jump across, 1, 2, 3, short hop, vanish, land in front, 1, 2, short hop if you want, in there, 1, pull back, pull in, then you vanish up and across, 1, 2, 3, if you stutter step. Now, I didn't stutter step intentionally there to show you me falling off. But for that, you need to be right at the edge of the left side platform, and you need to stutter between to be able to go for all 3 vanishes. Otherwise, it would basically be 2 vanishes and then either back dashes or just run across. That is probably your safest bet. One, two, 1, 2, 3, hop, land in front, 1, 2, hop, go, 1, pull back, go, jump, hop, and across. On the edge, 1, stutter, 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 and that's how close it literally is. You literally, so personally, I mean, I'll show it as part of the tutorial as well, but I would recommend doing 2 vanishes and then just running the rest. Then jump up, get a vanish on here. So from here, hop, vanish, use the visual cue, as mentioned, to get on there, vanish over there. If you need the gems, grab them if you want, otherwise just hop, 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 jump, get that, and then as soon as that tailpipe passes, big jump, vanish. And then you can vanish through here. So when that ship's coming in, usually you'd have to wait until it comes back to the left in the older modes. Because it's going quicker, as soon as you see that back flame end past the back end of that other ship, you can do a big jump, then you vanish across to the right. You should land safely. Then on there, off. Unfortunately, I took a little bit too long there, but you'd be able to get across the top of there. I wouldn't generally use the visual cue for there because the edge here is a bit too short. So at that point, I'll just run, jump, hopefully not get shot, and just get on there. Get on here, 1, 2, 3, jump down there as I mentioned. Unfortunately, I messed that up, but the idea is to use his face as the guide, get across there, and then it is literally just across, 1, 2, jump, across, and down. And that's Tassel 2. Beyond Birth.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
Right, so now we put it all in motion. You'll get to see how the ships maneuver when it all goes right. For the purpose of this one, I will not do the 3 dash stutter step that I was doing. It is an awkward thing to get. Okay, so I got stuttered there in general.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Something like that. I'm going to do it once more just to have a little bit of a cleaner one there. There's one thing I've just realised I didn't even mention when I was doing that. That ammo guard that I mentioned about going close to before you vanish to get by the laser, there is a slight delay. That is recommended, but I'm also redoing it because I want to reposition my gems a little bit.
Ninja mode.
Because as I mentioned, if you want to get additional gems, you can do. I would say if you're confident in getting through the section without getting hit, and you're on 138, then you don't need to worry. So like 142, I don't need to get the gems if I'm confident in myself.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
So we get that.
Ninja vanish.
Tailpipe by.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
And done. So, okay, so I had a little muck up in the middle there, but I'm satisfied with that because the idea was, because I messed up, I took a hit, which as I said, my confidence would have been okay normally, but because I took that hit, I knew my gems would be a bit short, that's why I stopped to grab that 1 gem pot. There's only like 2, there's 1 there, and there's 1, I believe, unfortunately I didn't actually show it, but it's before the ammo guard that I mentioned about stutter and dashing through to get by the last 2 set of lasers that are there. The area just before, the ship before that, if you go down into, there's a pot there which I believe has gems. So now we go to Tassel 3. Tassel 3. So this one I shouldn't need as much time on, mainly because there's not much of it that is actually concrete structure. Only because there are a couple of screens or sections, only a couple, that the ammo guards spawn randomly in a way, so it's more of a case of you just got to react to what you see and take a chance when you think you can take a chance. Sometimes you could just do an Ninja Vanish and there's just one that's just spawning there. You get hit. That's the gamble you take. Unfortunately, this section also, outside of the very beginning... Cape Krusty, yep. I don't even know areas anymore. I've been calling this place Tassel for a while. Whoops. So, yeah, Cape Krusty. Thank you. I'm bad with names. So, yeah, so there'll be a few areas that are pretty much... You take the gamble if you choose to with the vanishes. Otherwise, you just go with it. But outside of the very beginning of this first screen, there isn't many spots. There isn't really any spot where you can get gems guaranteed. You either get lucky or you don't. So keep that in mind, because ideally, the next boss fight, if you are not at max level, you're going to have a bad time. And even if you're at max level, you're going to have a bad time. He's one of the most. He's probably the hardest boss to master, and even then, he's still awkward to work with for ninja mode at least. So now, how you start this section off depends. So for now, I'm just going to let myself drop. So first things first, you got gems there, you got health here, you got gems here, and you got gems there. So you've got like 4 big pots of gems. So if you really am bad, you've got enough stats at the start of this to get up to level 4. So that's down to your personal preference, or where you are. I personally would say when you get to this point, if you're not at level 4, get to level 4. Because after this, there's only 1 guaranteed pot from gems. I wouldn't risk it. Although I would say, if you can, avoid that. Although it wouldn't be too bad, because I mean, as you're falling, you can actually vanish as you're dropping in general. So if you need this pot, so you know there's 4 pots and there's 48 gems, if you're that close to dying on level 3, you can get it. If you're not, and you're fine, then as you're falling, you're holding right, just need to vanish to the right. You should, by the time you're able to vanish, land on this block. Now, at this point, it depends on how much you need. In my case, I'm at 138, so I don't need anything more than 1 pot. But if I do need pots, that guy should be running to the left. So I could easily go vanish across, get them, big jump up, vanish up here, get that pot, and I'm ready to go. Otherwise, if I only need that 1 pot, or I don't need any at all, from here it would just be jump to the right, then you vanish up to the right, and you'll get on there. So that screen is dependent on your position, your preference. From here, the next part is where ability irony comes in. Because you can't guarantee the ammo guards. So basically, just keep holding right and you vanish when you feel right to do so. You can pull back if you need to, but be aware more can spawn. And even if you think you can go for it, you can hit the button and then another one just spawns. So it's down to chance. Usually, I would say try and get at least 3 if you can. Usually by that point, once you get past the first set, you can usually get away with a 3rd. But that's not a guarantee, so keep that in mind. But yeah, that's it. In terms of a safe approach, or a good approach versus a Ninja Vanish-less approach, no, in all fairness, this is one of those instances where Ninja Vanishing is actually your best bet throughout inside this entire part. But I say just running it and gunning it with the amount of guys that could potentially spawn, it's not worth it. You're better off just getting used to the Ninja Vanishing in this particular part. But as I say, it's down to your chance. But as I say, it's easy to do. From here, when you start falling down here, you want to go hold to the left and vanish to the left. It doesn't matter where exactly you vanish, because I mean, obviously, yeah, if you can vanish a little closer to the top, you can get the timing for the closer to the top, that's fine. Now, usually I would suggest landing on here first before you go down. Now, that's your choice. You don't have to. Let's get it. You don't actually have to. If you want to go straight down and you can avoid that yellow guy, you can go straight down and you can land here. And I say land here, because things could be a bit awkward. I mean, trying to vanish through across here, you do stand to take a bit of a risk by going for that. As I say, you could get caught, but that's your, again, that's entirely up to you. And that's an example of bad luck. So, I mean, if you want to go for it, you can land here and try and go for that ninja vanish. But you get the corner, you fall down. So, but this is one of these instances where I actually do intentionally take a safer approach. Even I take it. So, as I say, usually you go down, ninja vanish, land. If you land here, you can do it from mid-air as you're falling. If you don't feel comfortable with that, you can land down there and land down here first, and use this line as a gauge. You want to be a bit further back. You want to vanish off and to the left, or to the right, sorry, and be in front of that guy. You don't want to be in him. So you use that line as your guide and make sure you're behind it. Just go vertical up, don't go to the right. Only press the right when you're ready to vanish. And then of course when you're through that, just another vanish and drop. Or as I mentioned, if you're comfortable doing it in the air and you've got an idea where it is, you land here, as you're falling, you just do it like that, for example. So again, that's each to the own as you come through. The next bit, first part you need to get in mode, you need to get it quite a bit in motion. It'll be, as soon as you enter the screen, big jump, sword slash, because there's going to be a yellow path. It will never be electrified. Then you vanish up, you'll stick to a wall, then you vanish up to catch a platform. As long as you're quick enough, you shouldn't have to worry about that guy. Tradition. So that's the crouch I suggest. I mean, if you really want to, you could try and get your pacing through here and go up the right side. But it is slower, and there is of course you miss your footing, you take a doom.
Oh yeah.
So ninja vanish through here. One, delay two, I feel like I can get a third, so I go for it. In, I'm used to my position there, so I tend to do it like that. So if you are going to go to the right, for example, as I say, you can go like that. But I mean, from here, I'm not really too sure where you go. So I guess it'd be off of there and up on the chain. But it is slower to go that way. I don't usually take that path, I just know it's slower from previous tests I've done like years ago. So it would usually be enter. Unfortunately, she is going to be shocked because of not in sync. Up, touch that wall, vanish up, and you'll be on there. Now you've got the time to be able to do the next maneuver without having to worry about that guy. But obviously, for the purpose of this, he's going out. So for this, all you want to do is ninja vanish, jump up, ninja vanish up to the right. That'll get you there. So you don't need to jump to the right, just ninja vanish, just jump vertical, ninja vanish up to the right. Then from there, if you want to move a little bit forward, I'd probably recommend it and catch the corner here. Move forward a little bit, and then just another ninja vanish down, up to the right, and be ready to grab the chain by pressing on. That'll get you there. And then from there, jump, ninja vanish to the right. But be careful, that can actually happen. I hate it that it can happen, but sometimes the ninja vanish can get a little bit caught. It's not as often as it may seem, but it's just something you need to be aware of. That it's a possibility. It usually happens if you try and jump off of something and ninja vanish rapidly or too rapid. So you need a little bit of a delay, but not too much. Otherwise, you end up missing.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
Right, so ninja vanish across. I don't need the extra gems except for that pop, so I go straight. And then I do that. So in, to the right, land, through the gap, in and through. On, sticky, go up, vertical up, to the right, grab the chain. If I need the extra gems, I can grab the extra gems. I'm just going to take them out for now, because I've kind of got messed up there. And I could die here, so we'll see. So this next part is again, Amagard random aspect. The only thing I tend to go for is when I end, I'll do a ninja vanish into the screen, and I'll generally try and do a ninja vanish through the ammo guard that's on the platform up top to get onto the next side. That's the only one I tend to go for guaranteed, then it depends on what I see afterwards. So, in. So that pattern of 3 is usually relatively consistent. I'm not going to guarantee it, but it usually is. I'll get you onto there. There may be other guards that are very close in, so at this point, you take the chance if you want to throw an extra vanish in, otherwise you just move across. I needed extra gems, so those little pops there's a couple of them in the area. Once you get past that last big pot I just had, that's your only chance of getting yourself back to level 4. There's 1 there and there's 2 in the next room, which have a chance of a 5 gem drop, but it's not a guarantee, so that's where it's awkward. So once you get in, you can get down there. Now you can try and do a vanish. Oh, there's a pot there as well, so I didn't forget that. You can try and vanish as you're falling. I generally wouldn't recommend that either, because if you undershoot a little bit, that electrified bat can catch you. and as such, that basically will just lead to your doom, which you really don't want. Well, I say lead to your doom, it's more like, from a gem perspective, you're going to be in trouble. Oh shit.
Let's go.
So usually I would say try and land on a platform first, and then do like a hop and get around it. Wow, I suck. I'm not going to worry about the gems for now, I'm just mainly focusing on getting through. Oh wow, and that's the RNG for you. So I guess at least this is showing the RNG aspect playing its bounds. Unfortunately, it means it's keeping me here longer than I would have liked, but it is what it is. Oh wow, hello. Get up there, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back there so I can actually speak about it a bit. Oh, okay. Well, normally I wouldn't do that, but okay, I'm doing it today. Things different. Okay, so in here, vanish there. If I need more gems, I try my luck, hope for the best. Land, hop, vanish across. Now I grab the chain here for a particular reason. I'm just hoping no guard for that. But I grab the chain for a reason, but the safe part here would be you do that ninja vanish over, hop, vanish, make sure you clear those enemies so you don't take damage and lose your gems. Land here, and then of course ninja vanish across. If you go that approach, you don't need to grab the chain. However, I'm just making sure you're not there. However, the way I do it is I try and keep it all in flow, because I'm just used to it in general. I grab the chain to reset my ninja vanish. So then I grab the chain, I will drop off it, and then I'll ninja vanish in the air. At this point, you can either ninja vanish across or you can jump. If you're really stuck with gems and you're only stuck for 10, as I mentioned, there is another 2 there if you can actually land on it instead of me being numpty. And of course I didn't get it. There's a possibility. Now the sword blade cycles might mess me up here, but this last room, this is the last structure of the area. It's free four vanishes, sorry, in general. It pretty much goes similar to like 2-1. One up to the right, one straight up, one straight to the left, or to the right, sorry, I've done a direction. One to the right, measure the whole right, grab the chain. You want to jump up, vanish up to the right, you'll get up, or vanish up to the right and up. That'll get you onto another platform. Then you've got to be careful because you're going to be right in front of another armor guy, so you want to kind of jump up and then over, and then another up and right to land in front of another armor guy and you just vanish right past him. Like that. If you need help, there's help there. Another chance at 5 gems if you need it. That's the basic gist of the section. Probably spend a little more time here than I would have liked, but unfortunately I got kind of messed with the RNG, and that's the kind of thing that can happen in a run. God, I'm not even at graveyard, and we've been at this for nearly 2 hours and 50. Well, of course I wasn't going to do a very short tutorial, was I? God damn it. Right, so hopefully in motion now. I don't need the extra gem, so I can just go straight into it. Shall we try that one more time? I probably should grab the health at the start, to be fair, but right, so again, it depends on what you need. In my case, I'm going to say I don't need anything but this one gem pot. Right, so run up to the first guy, vanish, vanish, be careful. Yeah, that's the risk. Unfortunately, I got messed up, so I have to work with what I got now. Wow. This is not going well for me at all. Now, one more time, then I better move it forward.
Ninja mode.
Still got 2 more areas and a boss. Thanks, game. So I had to put that there. That was needed input.
Genie Hero.
Unfortunately, a thing that can happen in this run.
Ninja mode.
I don't like it, but it is what it is. But right, so you know, instead, I'm going to actually play smart. So let's grab the health first.
Ninja vanish.
Oh dear.
Shantae.
This really should not have took this long. I'm sorry.
Ninja mode.
May have to get this edited down somehow.
Force hack. Ninja vanish.
Let's go. This time. Wow, my luck is not good here. Send help.
Shantae. Half Genie Hero. Ninja mode.
This is not the hard section, that's the problem. Alright, come on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't vanish out of
Ninja vanish.
Alright, let's go, please. What am I doing? I honestly don't know what I'm doing now. This is just not right.
Ninja vanish.
Okay, I messed up there, but that's fine.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Okay, so something like that is basically what you want. Imagine if I didn't have errors in a tutorial. Imagine how much shorter this run, how much shorter it would be. Well, that lops off about fucking half of it. Alright, so let's move this along. So Armor Baron is one of the more technical fights. In terms of what you need to actually do, it's not as bad as it sounds much less painful than it actually is. But unfortunately, it's awkward. So again, it works off this Hawk variant. So the biggest problem we got here is that Armor Baron's guards, when he starts firing them off at you, they like to be a bit erratic. So it's not a consistent approach that we have for this fight, but it's the best chance you've got at getting it fast. I will also do this in a more slower variant as well. Just to show as well the differences. So I'll do it in the slower way first. So the slower way is basically taking this casually. Unfortunately, it's the only way I can put it. That is true, Nori, but yeah, just a shame. But it is what it is. So when I say you're taking it casually, it is literally a case of you're just gonna take your time with him, only do a couple of vanishes at him, and then keep your distance and score the damage when it's necessary. So usually, just as soon as the fight begins, vertical off. Get a couple, move out to the side, take his guards out. And now at this point, it's just a case of taking it easy. Now, the first thing I didn't mention is something that I actually did there. I actually did a little bit of a manipulation. I could have scored more damage a bit earlier. I think he could take something like 7 or 8 strikes. I think it's 8 strikes at max level before he goes into this phase of the fight. The idea is, you start off, you get 2 hits in. You do the next part, you get his armor guards down. You go up, you get another 2. Then you delay, cut past him as he's about to move, take out another few guards and get another couple of hits in. Leave him on 1 or 2 strikes left, and then wait for him to come down. The idea for that is, when you do the last few hits to start him on his next part, his next scripture, he will actually delay himself down the bottom for a while. So you can, as you saw, John get a number of hits in, and that gets you high damage straight off the bat. More on the reason of that after when we go for doing this in the more awkward way. But for now, this is literally just a case of take it easy. When it's done, get your vanishes up, get to the side, watch yourself. So you just take care of his guards, watch out for him. And after a while he does come down, but he does take quite a long time to do so. I actually forgot how long it took him. But yeah, this is the taking it easy way. You're basically taking him out. So for phase 3, try and get a couple of strikes in if you can with the ninja vanishes, but then just get away from him. Because once he's done, he's gonna bring his team down. That's when you're gonna get in there and get the damage. Now, if you haven't took out the right amount of guards, there is a possibility you may drop a level. That's fine. Just get used to the level 7 route instead of the level 7 route. But if you have to wait to that point for him on that part of the fight, you know, that part will take a bit of time. As long as you get a decent amount of level 4 damage on him, you should be able to take it before he maneuvers. So that's the more comfortable approach. You literally, when he's firing at his ammo guard, you keep your distance. When he's maneuvering about in the air, keep your distance. Just try and take as many of the guards out as you can. And then when he's vulnerable, then you go for the strike. But that is, unfortunately, a bit on the slower side. But of course, I'm trying to offer two sides of the coin if I can. But that's basically it's basically pseudo. It's like kind of casual, but it's getting an idea of his scripture. So phase 1, I'm still going to recommend, even when you're taking it easy, taking it a bit on the easy side, doing phase 1 the same way anyway, because you can not only get, you delay a bit on phase 1, I guess, but you get high damage, which makes phase 2 go a little bit quicker. So as I say, vanish up, 2 hits, go, pull away, vanish up, take the guards out in the row, then vanish up, 2 more hits, vanish up, or yeah, no, vanish up, take the guards out, vanish up, 2 more hits, delay, cross him, 2 more hits, or vanish up, 2 more hits, and just don't cross over him, just let him do his thing, and just be careful, be aware. But then he should sort of like, if aim his guards, he'll move, end guards or something like that, and then he'll move down to the bottom. When he moves down to the bottom, that's when you do the jump and slashes. You should put him into his second part, and you should be scoring more damage, making phase 2 a little less awkward, or a little less strengthened. Phase 2, to say, take out as many of his guys as you can before he forms his circle, then keep your distance, get the shurikens in, take a few guards out that get thrown at you, do what you need to do, just clear them out, and then when he's vulnerable, try and get as much that, try and get up there and deal some damage, but when he comes down, you can just pretty much rapid fire against him, finish him off that way. Phase 3, again, try and take a few rows of his men down, get into a corner, take out more when he expands his circle. Then once they come back in, you've got an opening, get in, wait for them to drop, and then just go crazy. You may get hit, but as long as you get a good amount of damage on level 4, by that point, if you still have level 4, you're good. And the problem with this fight is, if you drop to level 3 at any point, it's not impossible to deal with, it is still doable, but it's awkward. It's more awkward, you really want level 4 for this fight.
Shantae, half genie hero.
So, the other way.
Mode.
So the other way puts you in the line of fire a lot more. And it is risky for him. However, I will say there are parts of this scripture and the scripture I've just described where you can kind of like mix and mesh it. To like for example, like when you get to phase 3, you don't you basically you'll save several seconds going for the quicker approach that I'm going to go for. But it's like several seconds you save, or you can lose several seconds and have far less risk at phase 3. Phase 2, you can save a lot of time if you go for this approach and get it right, because effectively, because you dealt that delayed damage on phase 1, you're actually going to be bypassing his secondary phase. So you can mix and mesh them as you wish, and this may take a couple of attempts before you even get it anywhere close. As I say, you'll be in the line of fire. There's a good chance you're going to take a good amount of damage. You're probably going to go to level 7, level 3, sorry, at some point during the fight. Maybe early, maybe mid. Could be any point. And there's at least a possibility that you could easily get yourself close to death, or have gems so low that you're actually almost going into level 2. So it's very awkward. The idea is to crisscross with him. When his ammo guards come down, is getting the right timing, that when he's about to fire them off, you sort of short hop, down and go Ninja Vanish through him, turn, score a couple of strikes, brief delay, and then rinse and repeat on both sides. So you kind of, it's not as straightforward as just go by, hit him, go by, go hit him. You kind of have to get the right feel for how his ammo guards are firing out to give yourself the best chance of being able to do that, getting damage as well as avoiding getting hit yourself. And even then, there's no guarantee you won't get hit. It's literally a high risk, high reward type of fight. But phase 1 will be the same. Up there, take guards out. Couple of hits here. Get them out once it drops. Now here comes the fun part. Now I'm looking for the reticle for when he's about to fire. Then I'm going to start trying to do the crisscrossing. And obviously that was bad because he's gotten into phase 2. If you get things right, he should not be doing that.
Shantae.
Ultimately, if you can get everything spot on, he wouldn't even get his ammo guard around him. But that's kind of what you're looking for. You've got to kind of get the right rhythm and feel to know when to move, when to do your ninja vanish, when to turn, strike, and reset. And that's basically the gist of it, constantly crisscrossing their room. Unfortunately, there's no real concrete way of approaching it for 2 reasons. His ammo guard firing pattern is offbeat in comparison to to the timing of the ninja vanishes that can be done, as well as the fact that his ammo guard scattering effect as they come in to that reticle is random. So there's no guarantee. You just get a feel for it and basically pray that you've been accurate enough to avoid as much as you can. And that's the risk. As you saw, I got absolutely destroyed there. That's the kind of thing that you could run into when dealing with this boss fight. I would personally recommend, if anything, to start off with, if you want to have a good mixture of speed and safety, try and get phase 1 with the crisscross rhythm right. Enough to bypass phase 2 and then play safe. That would be a personal recommendation if you want to have a good mix in. But of course, with this fight in particular, I'd understand it's understandable if you want to take the more safer approach, because it's risky to deal with the elements that are a part of it, no matter how you look at it. As I say, with the first part though, up, onto, up, clear, onto, crisscross, onto, then wait. There's also that awkward thing when you're doing Ninja Vanishes vertical like this. the timing is very, very weird about it. Unfortunately, I can't describe how it feels, but sometimes you feel as though you're timing it right, but it doesn't register as well. I'm not necessarily saying that's an input issue, it's only ever really a main issue when you're trying to go vertical up from the ground. Which is why sometimes I'd throw a couple of short hops in there as well, but I'll at least try and get this fight kind of right in the faster approach, but it's, as I say, it's very erratic. As I say, it's getting at least like 7 to 8 strikes at the start, delaying, score heavy damage. You get a feel for the crisscross. If I remember, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you go vertical. If you can line up right as well, which unfortunately again is just kind of like you get a feel for it, then when you start going up to get the extra damage, if the guards happen to come in, you're just enough to the side where you miss, where you're not going to get caught by them. But again, it's hard to really put this fight in any concrete way, because there really isn't a concrete way about it. It's just these are the patterns and the approaches that you can take, but there's a lot of risk involved. So that's what I say. If you can get at least phase 1 and 2 right to the point where you can avoid phase 2, it's probably recommended, as long as you're willing to sacrifice some time to just say no to the 3rd phase. Try and get a bit of damage in, but then just get out of there, accept the time loss, and move on.
Ninja mode.
I would say, from general observation. Well, I mean, there's a lot of botching, but kind of what you're looking for. But as you can see, I took heavy damage. Now, the health isn't the problem, but your gems are a bit knackered now. There are plenty of gems en route in the next section, so yeah, you have to delay for that, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst. As I say, there's quite a few pops. You can, as long as you don't drop to level 2, you should be able to get back to level 4 before you hit Graveyard, which is generally recommended because there's really no gems to pick up in Graveyard for when you get to the next boss fight. But as I say, each to their own. But I mean, that's as good as I've gotten it so far. But you saw I still had a number of mistakes. But as I say, high risk for a high reward scenario for that fight, and there's just no regularity, consistency that you can really work with. It's just you get a feel for it, and you just make your call. Do you feel confident to take it, or do you mix hybrid, or do you play pure set? We'll try one more. Oh wow, that was actually pretty good, but then my ninja vanishes weren't happening. And you know, I can actually continue from there, I think. Alright. I'll only try it once or twice more to try and get a bit of a stronger fight for you, but other than that, I've pretty much gone over the gist of how this fight works. Wow! I suck.
Shantae.
Probably should have been aware of that in all fairness.
Ninja mode. Ninja finish.
Yeah, started off strong, but not so much at the end. I think, what am I at? 3 hours 10. Yeah, I think I can try once more, and then I'll have to move on.
Shantae. Half Genie Hero. Ninja mode.
Yeah, nah, it's not happening. Okay, at this point I just need to beat him so we can move on.
Ninja finish. Ninja finish.
That's not going to happen, not a long term.
Shantae. Half Genie Hero.
Oh dear.
Ninja mode.
Right, now it's turned into just the practice stream. Whoops. Fortunately, I've got to beat him again to get past him.
Shantae. Half Genie Hero. Ninja mode.
Do we have an editor? I'm just trying to find what jokes I can now. at all.
Shantae.
Sunscreen Vanish, how you doing, man? You're welcome. I've kind of kept us on Armor Baron a bit longer than I should have. Vanish! My apologies here. Something's gone horribly, horribly wrong. I'll take it. Oh yeah, there is that, but no, I should have moved this on sooner. I was just trying to get a better fight, so I just kept this game longer now. So yeah. Okay, so that's Armor Baron. Sorry for the constant repeats. I was trying to get us a better one, but it didn't quite work out as well as I liked it. But alright, at least you get to see multiple times. Doesn't matter how experienced you are. That is just kind of the way it is. Alright, so Hypnobaron Castle. First section isn't too bad. The graveyard section is a little bit bad. So pretty much what you're looking at for here is, because obviously you took quite a bit of beating on Armor Baron more than likely if you've gone for the all out, you're going to want gems. Now a lot of gems are on your pathway anyway. So again, so with this, if you don't want any Ninja Vanishes, you will need at least a couple to get past them guys, and watch out for the torches. You know, there's quite a few Ninja Vanishes that are kind of required, to be fair. Other than that, you got gems there, you got gems there. So your route is to go to the far right. You want to come over here, just Ninja Vanish past her, come all the way across here, Ninja Vanish past him, gem pot right at the end. From here, chain, gem pot goes there, and you go for this door here. And then finally, you come across the top here, vanished by the spider. If you need any more gems, there's a pot right here in the corner. Then just fall through and make your way to the right. That's the simple approach. Now the vanish approach is really not that much different, in all fairness. It's just that, it's just a few extra vanishes here and then. You know, if you need any gem pots, grab the gem pots.
Shantae.
I think the main real core of the vanishing is pretty much at the start of this area, and that's about it. There are obviously there is a few more as we go, but that's the main part. So what you want is jump Ninja Vanish, 2 Ninja Vanishes to the right, hop onto the ledge and get ready for Danagalopon. Get on there, Danagalopon there, and then just vanish across. If you need any gems, grab whatever gems you want, and then just go forward. So this one, do the same as before, because the bat can do a couple of things. So you want to Ninja Vanish through that, 2 through there, get on the ledge there. I forgot to do a jump there, but you want to jump through, so you get by here, another vanish, get that gem pot if you need it. Down and up, one to the left, get the gems if you need it, otherwise you can Ninja Vanish a little bit sooner. One vanish there and then the same, wait for the spider, if you need any more, get them, and then it's just a case of hop and through. So fortunately we can spend a lot less time here because this is one of those smaller screens as well, which doesn't really take much to really. And the main key points here is just remember the path, and there's plenty of gems on your way. So if you're at a point where you need the gems, it's easy enough to stop, grab what you need, go. They're pretty much all by the exit doors except for that one which is tucked in the corner.
Ninja mode.
So we can actually process past this part a bit quicker because this really doesn't take much to really describe.
Let's go.
Just up. 1, 2, get on, up, across, get the gems if you need it, and advance. So it's all the way to the right for this one. Delay here because the back can do a couple of things. As you saw, she went straight for me, so always jump first, wait to get a bit closer. 1 ninja vanish, 2 ninja vanish, on, jump, vanish, vanish, get the gems if you need them. In my case I do, and advance. So here, up, grab the chain, come off, get the gems if you need. Oh, and look. If you don't need the gems, then when you get to about here, you just need to vanish and get through the door without touching that guy. And then finally, 1 vanish here. Pay attention to what the spider's doing. If you need any more gems, which I do because I kind of delayed too much. Thanks a lot. And that's it. That's pretty much that section. Easily covered. There's not much to really describe on it. It's a very short section and there's not really that much technicality to it. No cycles to master. It's just there's your gem pots if you need them. Speaking of technical things, or things to keep a master on, so Graveyard is a bit of a bugger because there are a good amount of ground zones. But unfortunately, this area, basically, you've got segments that are played with the eyeball cycles. So there are cycles that are involved if you want to go for the all-out. There are different ways of dealing with certain cycles dependent on what cycle you're on. So there are backups. And then you've got the big problem of the bigger stretches where you can stay more on the ground and do your ninja vanish through there. There are a couple of them where, unfortunately, they're a bit random as to what enemies spawn when. So again, like with Cape Rusty 3, you kind of just got to pay attention and make a call. Otherwise than that, there's a health there straight away if you need it. Otherwise, continue on forward. If you don't want to use as many ninja vanishers, then you can just do something like that. Get onto here, take out the bat. Wait for the direction to be to the right. That's it. Pretty much, if you want to take this smoothly, then or calmly. And it is pretty much just following a casual pathway. Which I'm not going to go all the way through with because it's as it is. Just make sure to ninja vanish past the spider. As I say, most of it is just a case of just following it casually, using ninja vanishes where you need to. If you're going to take it nice and calm. Other than that, yeah, it is pretty much just when you get to the spot, just your choice how you want to go about it. You can delay, you can wait for the eyeballs, take it super casually. Then you vanish off that. And just run and gun, pretty much. So yeah, Graveyard, if you want to take it casually or want to take it smoothly, you'll lose a relatively good amount of time, but it's probably one of the more comfortable sections to take nice and calm. Just follow the eyeball cycles and go. And you know, if you get off cycle, it is not a bad idea as a backup potential to fall, a backup ideology to fall back on, because it can help you out when things go really awry. Other than that, if we want to go for a more of an all-out approach, so the main thing is I am going to want to keep on a certain eyeball cycle. The first thing I'm going to do is jump. That pinch is going to be right in my way, so I want to leave it relatively close. You're going to get onto that eyeball block, to go onto that eyeball block and get across to here. From there, I want to ninja vanish up to here, jump and slash, get to the side of that one, and a backdash jump here. So that's more of an all-out. The backdash jump is, again, technically not necessarily required, but that jump, if you're just going to go for the jump normally, is tight as hell. That if you are going to go for something like that, I recommend you take the backdash jump. By a country mile. That is one backdash jump. If you're going to go for that particular jump, I would suggest you take it. If you want to be cheeky, you can throw a few more backdash jumps in here. And it is possible to land on that block that I just kicked off the side of. Although I generally prefer to hit the side, it lines me up a little bit better. So that's pretty much the gist. If you want to throw the backdash jumps here, you can, but I wouldn't really recommend it. Slice, catch the side of that, kick directly to the right, backdash jump, and you're here. When you get onto this edge, 3 dashes to the right. And then you want to release your D-pad here. If you're still holding right when you try to jump, you tend to kick off of this little bit of ledge and the spider will just twat you in for it. So 1, 2, 3, delay, vertical and across. Then onto here, jump, and yeah, you don't need a backdash jump for that, but then you can get a couple of dashes in here and then it's basically RNG, so you react to what you see and you make your calls. When you get to here, get close to the edge but not right to the edge, just go straight vertical up to the right, across. Usually it'd be like a tap jump and then manoeuvre, so you can reach here. Swipe the bat out of the way so it's not going to be a problem. Now, this is where there's a couple of things could happen. Now, it depends on what you want to go for, or whether you want to wait delay or just play the eyeball as it is. Literally, it doesn't matter, as long as it's not facing up, you can actually get around this next part, no matter what direction it's facing. So if it's going right, it's quite simple. As you see. Now I'm going to take a few deaths to show a couple of the examples there. Yeah, if it's going right, hit the bat, you're good. If it's going down, yep, never mind, let's try again. If it's going down, you can hit the bat, delay, jump through, and you're good. If it's going left, now this is the one you may want to avoid because this one requires a backdash jump to get through, but it's a bit awkward as well. Again, I'll see if I can get it first try, but something like that. But the thing is, these eyeball blocks, like a few things, you try and do a backdash jump right off of the edge of them, there is a possibility that you may catch the edge and you'll basically slide down that side instead of actually across. So they are finicky, so keep that in mind if you decide to go for any backdash jumps off of these, off of the manoeuvring eyeball blocks. It can be, when they're moving especially, it can be a bit of a problem. Well, if it's in any one of the directions, you can take any one of the pathways. If it's going right, if you want to speed up a little bit more, you don't have to wait for it to make the clear. You can wait for it to just make a little bit of a clearance, and then you can do a tight backdash jump if you choose to. If it's going down, then of course, all you can do at that point is just wait and just hop through at the right time. It depends on how quick your first part is, depends on where that eyeball block's going to be. If it's going up, and you don't mind the other directions, if you just stay standing still, when the block dissipates and you land back down on the replacement block, it will always be aiming left. So it'll be a backdash jump. If you feel confident with that, then if you land on off, you can always just like go left right. Otherwise, you're probably best if you see it and it's about to be up, delay, and then jump up. I need to use the toilet real quick, I'm afraid, so I shall be right back. So now we've got onto the first part, so graveyard.
Ninja mode.
The second part, as I said, there's not as many cycles to be concerned about, but the good thing is, depends on the direction of the eyeball, that can lead to a couple of different attributes that you can take. So it all comes down to your personal preferences. Or as I say, you can just take it casually and be safe, because it can be a bit of a problem section. Ooh, eyeball went up. That messed me up a bit. Yeah, I don't mind moving forward for now, so I'm just trying to get to the next bit so I can actually talk about the next section. Oh, never mind. Reset the stage.
Ninja vanish.
Ow! I just want to go forward a second, please. I already kept us back long enough without my barrier. You don't need that backdash jump as I've said before, but wow. That's fine. I'll just try and keep Jump alive. So yeah, it depends on the pattern. I'm just going to play this safe now just against Bio, as I've already discussed this bit. On here, Vanish. You want to be a little more to the end there. Vanish, Vanish, Vanish. You can get a couple out here. Now there's a little, there could be a guy here, but there might not be. So that first little stretch, yeah, that can be, that's usually pretty good. You can do a couple of Vanish there without a problem. There might be a guy here, there might not be. You also do not want to Vanish at the edge of this block, because that bat will drop down and have you. So if you're going to go, you want to kind of move a bit more halfway in, then Vanish, Vanish, Vanish. So there's only that one little bit where you could have that RNG guard, otherwise the rest of that part you can follow that same structure. Alright, so now we're at the final stretch. So with this, a couple of ways. You can either go down up onto that higher block, or you can just move forward and do a right onto that block, and then right to land on top of that block there. Now, it's up to you if you want to wait for this one, but this one's not so bad. You don't need a backdash jump, you do need a backdash. So if you do the starting approach that I was originally going to do, which I'm going to do by just jumping up here for now. What you want is basically 1, 2, Vanish, backdash, and then Vanish up and towards. So you can make it like that. So you don't need a backdash jump there. From here, now it all depends. Now you can literally take any of these blocks for a couple of different patterns. In this scenario though, you want it to either be going, if you want the top block to either be right or down, or the bottom block to be right. That's all you can take. However, if you're going to take the bottom block, you need a backdash jump. If you take the top block and you've got it aiming down, you need a backdash jump. So the only one that's more safe is to literally take the right direction. It'd be okay if you take the bat out. Now, you can try and meet a cycle here if you want, or you can choose to just wait it out. If you want to try and meet it, you basically want to do something like that. You want to get a backdash jump going, so that'll be aiming down, and when it reaches a certain point, you can do a backdash jump to make that point. But yeah, the casual part for this one is actually one that I would actually even recommend just in general if you want to play safe. Well, not even if you just want to play safe. If you get to that point, you might just be on that block pattern. So if you're on that block pattern, you might as well take it. If you choose to not go for that little backdash jump, if this top block is aiming right, then you will be basically taking the casual pathway. You'll just take the bat out, you'll wait, and you just literally wait here until this aims right. And then just wait it up. Nice and simple, and across. Then you can make your way through. If you want to try your luck at gems, there's a potential chance there. It's one of your last chances as well. So I want to step back. There we go. As for the other eyeball block, so that's with right and down for that one. So basically, to keep it in mind, with the exception of this bottom block, if you're using this top block, if you don't want to do backdash jumps, you want it to aim right, and the same with the next one. If you're happy to go for a backdash jump, then you can accept that being down. But this one at the bottom is a backdash jump, mainly because you can only take it right, and it wears out fast. So you want to go for something like that, but actually land the block. Basically. So it is. Calm down, phone. So it literally depends on your preference. I mean, if this block, I say, or you can just, if you're happy to go for any of them, you can just see how the blocks are going and make your call. Of course, there is that risk, but you can still make it. But then you've got, if that goes down, then you've got to go for that backdash jump. And that, I believe, is basically the premise of Graveyard. Just like, yeah, the premise of Graveyard. If that block goes, the first block goes down, it's the same principle. Backdash jump at the right time, diagonal up to meet the cycle. Then the ending is mostly just vanishing until you get to the end. Okay, so that's the basic gist of it. I'll try and get something in motion, but because there's so many variables about it, as mentioned with those few eyeball blocks, I'll try and only get one run dependent on just any of those patterns. I won't try and get multiples.
Ninja mode.
Because Graveyard, it's just one of them finicky ones as well. You just got to make your calls on what you think is going to be the right play. That is not correct. Great start. I didn't even make the block.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
It's just gone up. So that's the back up there. So in, 1 and 2, delay. I could have done extra advantage there, but I kind of panicked a little bit, so I'll go with that. I didn't need to jump there, but okay, it's fine. Where are we going with? I'll go with this one.
Ninja vanish.
And I was short.
Ready.
But yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at. I do want to go through it with better gem position because I need better gems. But to be fair, I've got a way around that. To be fair, so
Ninja mode.
let's just go over it once more. But yeah, as I say, I'm just playing. But I was literally just playing that by what patterns I was on at the given time. That was short. Wow. No, we're not staying here forever. I'll tell you that now. I've done that too many times now.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
I might be staying here longer. Oh no! Come on, Turkey, get a grip. You've still got one more area to talk about.
Ninja vanish.
I might start doing the backdash jumps in a second.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Okay.
Ninja vanish.
Oh no! I had to, didn't I?
Ready.
No, last time. Last time, and we move on.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
Wouldn't mind getting at least one example.
Ninja vanish.
Okay. That might mess things up a little bit, but we can work with it.
Ninja vanish.
What was wrong with that?
Ready. Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
And now my stubbornness is kicking in. I'm sorry about this.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
yes, that example, things were obviously going to investigate this, so I made the call to take it a little calm. If I need them, sure, let's just cut through them, cut through there, and if you really need it, there's a health one. So yeah, we'll move that on. Unfortunately, I weren't getting as good a pattern as I would have liked, and I was messing up a few times, but that's basically Graveyard in a nutshell. Alright, so Dual Barons, surprisingly straightforward, especially at this stage of the battle. So Squid Baron phase, well, the first phase with Squid Baron should go pretty well. I need to see where my gems are at, because I mean it's pretty straightforward if you're level 4. It's still not exactly complicated if you're on a lower level, on level 3, but level 4, the first phase will go pretty fast. Pretty much you'll just get in, attack him, go crazy. He allow him to catch you, and then you just chase him down, and then that pretty much ends the first phase. I don't know if I'm at the right level. That's the problem. I am, and I completely missed it. I mean, the idea as well is, even though you take the damage, you lose gems. When you're attacking him, he drops gems as well. By chasing him down, you end the fight in such a way that Shantae should run away from Squid Baron to her position. She'll run into the gems, pick it back up, should put you back to level 4. That's the basic idea of it. Now, I messed up a little bit there because what should happen is he should never get back to the right side of that screen. If you get it right, but that's the general principle of phase 1. Phase 2, now Squid Baron is going to stomp in a few spots somewhat at random. It's basically you just got to chase him down, get a number of strikes, and then vertical up. Well, not vertical, just jump up, sorry. Wow. So that's phase 1. Now phase 2 is a little more awkward because it all depends on the figure 8 pattern he's taking. Whether he's going up, whether he's going in that way, or if he's kind of swerving over the opposite direction. And again, this is kind of a chase down approach. So get a few strikes in there. But unfortunately, if he's doing that figure 8, you want to be on the outside of him, like on the outside. If he's doing this motion. So yeah, if he's going to cross streams by going under and then over, you want to get some damage in, move to the right, and then get the damage in. Because you basically, when he's changing size, you want to be able to just hop on and follow him. Whereas, of course, if he's doing it the other way and he's going to switch sides from the air, then you want to stay a little more closer on the left side, then cross under him as he's passing by. Does bring a couple of random elements in as to how you react to the fight. However, there's not much to keep in mind. Squid Baron phase 1, just beat the hell out of him, let him hit you, and then just chase him down. You should, as long as you take one hit, should run into the gems afterwards and collect the gems, be back at level 4. Phase 2, chase down, run into him, strike him, jump up, get a feel for it. If he's close in by something like 4 strikes, and then he'll move up and you can get a couple more strikes in, take him down, and then hitting the Baron depends on in which way he swerves over. So basically, if Hypno Baron is going clockwise on the right and anti-clockwise on the left, you want to be at the point where when he does one circle and then comes back again to go across, you want to be on the outside of the field. If the opposite is true and he's going clockwise on the left and anti-clockwise on the right, then you want to stay a little more on the internal area, and then as he's about to cross, you cross under him and then turn back in. One strike away, but you get the gist of it. So that's the gist of it, basically. Batter the hell out of him, hopefully you're at level 4, let him hit you, chase him down, hopefully you beat him before he even gets back to the right, and that's it. You should run back into the gems. If you enter the fight at a lower level, you kind of do the same thing, but it goes on for longer, basically. so he's going to be. Wow. Awkward. Yeah, generally I would prefer it if he's in the opposite pattern. It's awkward to deal with it on that. At that point, you kind of just have to go with the flow. Cause the one bit that is awkward, that's it. I can easily say like you can throw some down and vanishes in to be able to get a different angle, get a bit more damage on Hypno. Unfortunately, the problem is it's hard to say where to judge it, which is why I never really mentioned it in the main scripture of his fight, simply because his pops. Throws his pots in a certain way at certain points during his pathway. It's hard to really judge when to actually go in on him if you're going to do crisscross methods. But other than that, yeah, realistically you want the other pattern where he's going clockwise on the right rather than the left. Makes it easier to get the damage on him. Actually, no. Yeah. I think I just did that fight wrong, actually, to be fair, in a way. But that's the basic principles of the dual barons. I think I can do one more with him, and then we'll leave it there. Just to see if we get a different pathway on. That was a little awkward on screen, but okay. Get on the correct side there. Good start. Chasing. But yeah, that was a better fight. I think we're good to move on there. Yeah, I'm not too sure if I remember that fight as well as I'm probably sure, because they looked like he did the opposite patterns I was expecting to be more awkward to handle. It was actually a little more straightforward, so I don't know. Simply put, he goes in a figure eight, and then you go from there. Okay, so the final areas of the game. So, space and lava. Just the way this section is handled overall, Ninja Vanishing is kind of just a filler. Now, you don't necessarily need it for everything, but there are some points where it's kind of because that's just how the area is, especially the final area, testing all your skills.
Let's go.
So to put the general rough aspect on it, so you definitely need a Ninja Vanish there at some point. Now you've got an enemy there, you can just jump and strike if you really want to, but generally you can just do a Ninja Vanish through. As I say, there's a couple of enemies here. It's always worth just doing Ninja Vanishes for the most part, because at least with the enemy clusters, because you don't really want to take any damage with these next two sections. In terms of gem pots, there aren't no gem pots. At least none that are guaranteed. All the big gem pots, I believe, are hearts, if I remember rightly. So you want to be cautious on that. So you can run some areas, but there's other areas where you need to realistically do some Ninja Vanishes of some kind. So you get onto there. So I've got a couple of rings here. You can jump the first one, or you can Ninja Vanish onto it. The second one you need to vanish over to. And as you can see, there's a flighty guy there, so you're not going to be able to jump over him without getting caught. So you have to vanish. Now we have the mini poop tubes. So if you really don't want to Ninja Vanish, you can take him out. But they are a little awkward. It's kind of like with the lasers, you need to have the right feel to be able to Ninja Vanish through. And unless you do the start in a particular way, which I'll try and show a little bit on, but it's not really recommended because the cycles of the area, or at least the one part of where the cycle actually has an effect, it's only one part. It makes no relevance if you can meet a certain part with this mini poop tube, but I'll at least mention just off the top. But usually, more times than not, by the time you get here, he's already spitting out that cannonball, so you want to be jumping up and doing the Ninja Vanish in accordance to there. And then from here, you can make your way across. You just get moving for a moment. Make your way across. And now we got this. So, again, you need a Ninja Vanish here, so just run off, Ninja Vanish, and cut. To the right, and you're good. Moving on to the second part, as I say, just the way the area is, you just need Ninja Vanishes anyway, so big jump, Ninja Vanish to the right. Now this ring depends on how you feel comfortable. There's a couple of ways. You can either drop down and grab the wall, and then vanish across. You can just run off, Ninja Vanish to the right, potentially. I personally tend to go with a down and two. So I'll basically do a hop here, and I'll try and vanish like that. But that's the risk. I mean, I generally prefer to go that way. Just go bang, and I'm off. So as you saw, there was a little bit of a risk there. So if you don't feel comfortable going like that, just fall off, let yourself fall a bit, and then you can get on there, hop, and vanish. That'll get you onto here. Now, to get off there is a bit of a problem, because it's very tight. If you want to go for a normal jump, a backdash jump is recommended if you want to get up there in one. However, as you can see, I'm trying stuff I'm not used to. However, there's usually a better approach anyway than that. If you don't want to go for that, just big jump, get on there. You can Ninja Vanish or kick your way up, something along that line. That would be your safer approach if you don't want to take any chances, because you are above a pit of lava. From here, now we've got quite a bit of enemies, and unfortunately this has some random effects in it. Sometimes a couple more Tinkerbats will spawn than they should. So even with the approach that I generally take, you've got to be careful. So there you go. From there you can run by, try and Ninja Vanish through there, or Ninja Vanish in front, take him out. As you see, there's a few more guys here. Ninja Vanish through, Ninja Vanish through. So there's a lot of Ninja Vanishes that I use in the general main one, but unfortunately they are still required even with this. Get onto here. Now you can take this a few ways. Kick off the wall, jump across and do a Ninja Vanish straight across. If you'd rather be safer and do an upward one, just run onto this platform first and then do the down and off. To be safer. You can still do it from there, but you got to gap it a little more. And this is the platform that I mentioned about the cycle. So even if you do the fastest thing at the opening start, like the fastest, which I'm not even going to do because I don't do the fastest thing at the time, you've got to delay for this platform anyway. So the idea is you'll catch this platform as it's going to the right. So if you run off, you do a Ninja Vanish, you can land on it. But depending on how far along you are, how quick you've gone for it, or if you've had mistakes, that one may change. It may pay to just delay to see where you're at before you make that move. From there, you can get onto the ring, short hop if you need, if you ain't got enough distance at that time. Jump off, vanish. Now, again, depending on the pacing, will depend on where these are. Got another mini poop tube, take him down, or you can get the Ninja Vanish through. As you can see, it's a little awkward and tight. Then just straight across Ninja Vanish, and then just find your way through here. Again, there's so many enemies here that the certain pathway of Ninja Vanishing is usually recommended, which I will go into now. But that's the general layout of the zone, most of which a lot of the Ninja Vanishes are going to be required simply because there's just too much there to deal with if you want to keep the gems up outside of just taking them on.
Ninja mode.
So there is quite a few vanishes that I use to try and keep up the pace. Now the majority of what I do is somewhat necessary to meet the cycle to where I want it to be. It's the backdash jumps that I use in general for the most part that are not required. Outside of one. And I'll mention that one when we get to it. Alright, so to open up, dash to the right, jump, dash to the right. And here you can either just jump and do the dash as normal, or as I tend to do like a quick back dash jump there for an extra bit of pacing. Or at least I attempt to. But yeah, of course, as I said, you don't need that one. You can just do hop and a dash across. From here, jump up, dash to the right again when you land. That'll put you here, or around this area. Then you pretty much just want to go straight up to the right, and then again to the right. 2 quick vanishes in short succession. Again, if you're not comfortable with that, you can always just can always just go for that one and then just reposition yourself and recalibrate before you actually maneuver. Of course, then it is straight over there. Unfortunately, I've left that a bit awkwardly late or early. Sorry, but you do need to give a portion of delay there to make that one. So you get to here. Now, if you do everything spot on with that backdash jump there, I can do a backdash jump here, and I can get just in front of the mini Booptube before he spits out that ball. Again, it's only just more of a passing invention, not really something I'd recommend for the runs. It doesn't really affect it. So from here, usually, just up, Ninja Vanish, pie him, try and get the right. You have to be relatively accurate, to be fair, because his hitbox is a bit wide. It's also recommended to go for the jump part as well, because if you end up undershooting slightly, if you try and go right from the ground level, you'll bounce and you'll fall into this little lava pit right here. Whereas if you go from the air and you happen to make that mistake and you bounce, you'll land on the platform to the side there with the big pop. That way, you've at least got a backup. So if you happen to take the hit and you land there, it's just short hop over there to maneuver. If you land here, then it's pretty much a case of Ninja Vanish, fall off, Ninja Vanish, kick off, Ninja Vanish to the right. That'll put you in this position. Now again, if you want to be cheeky, you can throw a couple of backdash jumps here. Again, they're not required. Otherwise it is just jump, vanish, and then, as I say, I take the hop and downward vanish onto the ring. You can take the other approach as well. Now, if you're going for the fastest pathway and you want to try and meet the cycle at the best point, this is where the backdash jump is mandatory. Because as you saw as mentioned before, trying to make that jump is tight, but not impossible. But you have to leave yourself right on the edge. So I generally would say, if you're going to go for this, you're better off going for the backdash jump personally. You get a backdash jump and on. It is possible to actually go through this block. I've had it happen to me a few times, but you'd have to be vanishing at the wrong points for that to happen. From there, short hop, vanish down to put yourself here. Or up, vanish, sword slash jump. That'll take care of that enemy and get you set up for the next one. However, as I mentioned, that particular section, there could be a couple more Tinkerbats that will spawn in that you really don't want. If that happens, then you're going to take damage. Unfortunately, it is what it is. So you got like that, basically, for the first part. So as I say, down, across, slash, over, then in. So right, you can do a delay on there as well if it makes it a bit more comfortable. Delay on that guy, delay on the next bit as well slightly, so you don't inadvertently catch the Tinkerbats. They're not necessarily mandatory delays, but it makes it just a little more if you just give a brief pause between them to be able to make it through. Otherwise, you run the chance of just getting clocked. And as mentioned, realistically, you really want level 4 for Risky Boots if you can. I vanished in for you. So be short there. So on, cross, slash, cross, delay on, and that's the risk you take if you don't delay. Otherwise, it would have been onto there. From there, jump at peak of jump. Vanish across, you should reach this ledge. Then, if everything's gone right, that platform should be moving towards the right. So it should just be a hop, vanish, and then hop, vanish onto there, hop, vanish there. And in terms of the cannonball, you should be able to do a vanish here, but the cannonball will just be manoeuvring out by the time you get here. So you basically, by the time you jump on it, it's already moving, so you basically want to be up and across there, one vanish there, big jump so you land around here, on and across. So, putting all that in rapid succession is kind of what you look at there, but they're the key aspects for the section.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
There's not much of a count necessarily required. It's just It's just like they're all usually in ones for that section for the most part, but it's the difference between a grounded one or a short jump one, a high jump one. But that's what you work. Hopefully, if we can get it in motion now. And, to be honest, that would have probably made it, but honestly, it looked like I was going to miss it, so I was like, no, okay, fail. Never mind. Oh no, I can't do it like that. Sorry. I have to pull it back because again, if I'm going to try and show it in a full motion aspect for a ROM perspective, the problem we got there is I need the ready screen to pop up because once you're booted in like that, and even when it's going ready, any global cycle is currently in play, so it will affect the cycle if I don't. That's going to affect the cycle as well. You can see there's a random spawning enemy there, so... Right, so because I was a bit off, so I had to react to that in accordance as best as I could. So not the best example of the area, so I'll give it another shot.
Ninja mode.
Oh, my ninja vanish didn't trigger at all that time.
I'm ready.
As I mentioned with this category, you're trying to get everything that pinpoints. It likes to be awkward with some things.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode. Let's go. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Nope.
Ninja vanish.
Ay. Don't know what happened there. Pulled back too suddenly, apparently.
Shantae,
My bad.
genie hero.
Yep.
Ninja mode.
I'll probably have to put a note on the highlights for this. Simply saying, after discussions, I try and give examples. Some of them go on for longer than intended, so feel free to fast forward if you wish.
Ready. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
That's fine.
Ninja
Made a mistake there, but it's fine.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Wow. That was a random spawning enemy I wasn't expecting. So for the most part, that's basically what you're looking at. As I said, there's one or two mistakes I made, but overall, that's kind of the general gist of it. Obviously, I could have done that one extra dash that I did after the mini poop tube, but I just ran across instead. I guess that was just my choice, and I kind of jumped into an enemy or two. But a couple of randomly spawning enemies, unfortunately, there wasn't anything I could do about that, which basically makes it to the point where my risky boots fight is going to be slower because I would be on level 3. Obviously, when I get to that fight, I can rectify by just going back to a previous stage, getting my gems, and so on and so forth. Alright, so the next one, the next section, unfortunately, there's nothing else I could say, but I can't really offer much of an alternative, because a lot of it is over open pit, so I can only really give the full on, I suppose, is the best way I can put it. But this entire section is cycled. There are cycles throughout, so pretty much what you want is vanish, jump and vanish, jump and vanish. By the time you get here, that should be getting ready to open, so you should be able to vanish onto this room. Now, as I do replays of this, it may come up with slightly different pattern. because it can do, but I'm pretty sure in a general run it would always be the same. So that's pretty much what you want to look at to start. So you've got vanish, jump, vanish, and then vanish onto this. That should be opening up by the time you get on this ring, or just about to. So the thing with these rings is that it's a little. These are the only type of rings where realistically you're better to release them rather than jumping off of them. So you pressing down to release off, or down then pull towards and using Ninja Vanish is usually more recommended. So for the first one, pull down and right for them two. This is the one where you kick off of. You kick off, down, and go up to the right. You get onto there, and then you can go across here. So you got to think about that's awkwardly positioned here. You can do it. You can get across it. I tend to do a backdash jump, like a short backdash jump there in general. So that's my first method. You can just short hop Ninja Vanish across, get onto there, Ninja Vanish in. Now, depends on how accurate you did that first screen will determine how this will go. So if you've missed any of it, or you just slightly slowed down on any of it because you need to be pretty accurate, that block and the next one will be aiming, will start to go up. So in this case, you need to go big jump down up, on, big jump down up. And the problem is, you'll probably find that this cycle will likely have the spikes coming down. So you'll probably have to get onto the edge here first, let it come down, go up, and then you can go on and just Ninja Vanish on the edge of there. Wait for that to go up, Ninja Vanish on, go onto there. Be careful of that block if you're falling behind. If you've got everything going well, it should be to the right, so you just hop Ninja Vanish on. But unfortunately, I've not found a way to beat that block, so even at the high pace, you've got to wait for that block to match. So, unfortunately, that is just a thing that is in that part. So I'll try and get the first part in motion just to show the cycle in motion, just so I couldn't play. So hopefully I've done that right, so I can just go 1, 2, and 3. So if you get it right, you can get away with doing right side Ninja Vanishes, which will make the segment faster. Well, it'll make the cycle better, I guess. It's better, probably a bit better, a bit more comfortable. But as I said, you've got to wait for that spike block anyway. But it is still slightly faster, because if you have to delay for a bit, you'll get to the point where the block is starting to move, and it'll, probably only like a second or a second and a bit quicker to get the right cycle. But as I mentioned, you get to here, you're waiting for that anyway. I would say it'd be about where it is now if you lose cycles. So as I say, it's not much, but it's just on there, hop and onto here, short hop on. You don't need to kill him, so just on, short hop like that. So that's part on. Take him out. Now depends on where you're at with the cycle. Now if you're on cycle, that spike will be coming down. So you're going to have to go for something a little more awkward, like going down there and doing a Ninja Vanish up there. By that point, that should be down. It'll be a quick hop and dash. Now the big spike ball up there, if you've got everything going right, should not be in your way. However, if you do fall behind a bit at this point, that block will likely be coming towards you, and there's a possibility it can catch you. So you have to be aware of that. Other than that, just down, release, dash to the right. Jump up, dash to the right, be careful of this. And this you can take one of two approaches. Depends on how we want to play a little safer. If you want to play a little safer, it would be dash to the right and kill. If you want to take a little bit of a chance, hop and I say a little bit of a chance, you need a bit more oomph on it, but you don't want too much, but you'll hit your head off the spots. And from there, across, and I believe, if everything goes right, you can just go 1, 2, and 3. And then you should be fine with the take the balls, if I remember correctly. Let's drop to the right, let's say. If you don't feel comfortable with this bit going the way I mentioned by doing a hop down and whatnot, and you want to wait, you can do it. But that's when you have that spike that might come back. If you do, then you can just go across like this. You'll probably have to delay for that, and you'll have a spike block like that coming in, which is why I'll do that when I get to a certain distance, usually around here, and I'll just go somewhere like that. Maybe a little more forward, but I'll only do a very quick hop on my very quick dash, because if I jump any more, by the time I've done the dash, I will likely hit that spike ball on the way across, unless I try and pull back, but at that point I might miss the move. So again, that's just a couple of factors to keep in mind. Right, with that being said, let's try and do an emotion. I think I got over. I think I went over it. I went over it well enough.
Shantae, half genie hero.
Fortunately, these sections don't need as much of a talking in comparison. It still takes a bit of time to get used to, but there's only really one approach to get at to be able to get at it, make the cycles and so on.
Ninja mode.
Oh yeah, sorry. Helps if I move. Alright, let's try and get it in motion before we go to risky then. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo that. That was opening up sooner than it should have. As I said, when you're doing if you're just repeating like I am now to get practice in, it can do that. Oh wow! I went too quick. Whoops.
Rep 2. Ninja vanish.
I'm not too sure if it's a bit too far behind. Oh no, I'm good.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja blade.
Ah, caught me feet.
Ninja vanish.
Oh, and that's the other risk.
Ready.
And bonk your head a little bit. And of course that sets you down to just go.
Half genie hero. Ninja mode. Ninja vanish.
That should not be open.
Ninja vanish.
Oh, wow. Well, that would have been fun.
Ready.
I can't grab a ring. I'm not convinced that's going to be on the right side where it should be.
Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish. Ninja vanish.
Ah. Alright, so basically like that. I think I got the cannonball a bit mixed up in my memory banks, but it's basically what you're looking at. I think with that we can go to risky boots. But first, I do need to go a little bit out. I need to just go into a separate part of the area because I need to get my gems back up for the fights and just actually.
I'm ready. Oh yeah.
Alright, so risky boots is very much scripted. She works off a hard combo variant, so she does move quite a bit quicker. And dependent on your jump position will determine how soon you can take it down. If I recall correctly, if you're at your high level 4, it's possible to take her down during her first dashing phase. Otherwise, you're looking at one of the pistol round sets afterwards, or even a bit longer. So for the purpose of this, I'll be mostly showing it from the perspective of level 4. I will take a hit somewhere and go to level 3 to show that as well if you're looking at that one. But you won't ever get like repeated cycles on this fight if you get things right in general, because her health does get melted a bit. But pretty much it depends on whether if you need health, you got plenty of health here. You just go across, collect and whatnot. If you don't need anything, it's just Ninja Vanish, Ninja Vanish. Go straight in. So the way she's scripted, as I say, is pretty much the same all the time. 2 jumps followed by a run. She will always run to the closest wall to her. Oh no, is it the furthest? I think it's the furthest, sorry. Always runs to the furthest wall away from her. So keep that in mind, because her jumping, although it's a scripted fight, where exactly she jumps is random. When she gets to the corner, she'll dive into the air, fire for pistols, jump back down, another jump, runs, single pistol shot, triple pistol shot, and then triple dashes. In terms of a level 4 fight, if you don't take any damage, that is basically the principle of it all, and that is basically all you need to know. If the fight goes on, then there's a bit more to the script.
Defeat Risky Boots. Ninja Vanish. Ninja Blade.
2 more jumps, pistols, and it'll always be triple at this point. 1 jump run, and at that point you should usually go back to the corner, jump up, triple, fire off with pistols in the air. If you end up going any longer than that, then you're looking at single jump pistol shot, something along that line, if I recall correctly. It's been a while since I've seen the entire script, to be honest, so I'm not fully sure myself. But... well, you wouldn't usually see ready at this point, it would be the end game stuff, but I guess that's probably because I walked into the area.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode.
Okay, so let's go for this again. I'll try and not get hit this time. So a couple of other elements in that I was doing. Basically, because you know what scripts come in, there's certain things you can take advantage of. So when she jumps up into the corner, fires off with pistols, after she's done that, you got a good clearance, and you got the right feel and timing. Hop, Ninja Vanish up to get up to her level, and you can score the damage as you're both falling. As for the dashes, it's again down to either a count or just a general memorization of when she's about to maneuver. Short hop over to the opposite direction that you're attacking her on, and then Ninja Vanish at the right time. She should go past you, and you should be able to land near her, and you can continue more damage.
Defeat Risky Boots.
Great stuff.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode. Defeat Risky Boots.
Damn, forgot about that. She had a bomb pistol go off. That can happen sometimes where she'll be dashing in at that same time. You end up too close, you end up getting caught.
Ninja Vanish. Defeat Risky Boots.
Oh, damn it. My reaction's gone, I think.
Shantae, half genie hero. Ninja mode. Defeat Risky Boots.
is not the best of fights. As I say, if I was more accurate with my damage, you can take her down before her dash phase is finalised. But in a general sense, that's basically what you're looking at. Follow the scriptures, follow her around. The two main key points is getting the ninja vanish up when she goes into the corners and timing your ninja vanishes right when she does her dashes phase. Otherwise, it's down to just knowing what her script is. Once you've got that memorized, it's just being able to react to the script in your mind and you're good. Before we are done though, I will at least quickly go over doing the fight at level 3. So of course you're going to be doing less damage, so you're going to see more of the script taking part.
Ninja mode.
So I need to go somewhere to get hurt. Basically put.
Ready.
And we're good. Okay. So level 7, pretty much, as I say, the script is not going to change. You're going to get the same script as you would normally. It's just a simple case of, because the fight goes on longer, you're going to get more of the script. But you should still be able to beat her before she even goes near her phase. So again, you'll follow the same start.
Risky boost.
Okay. That's a short one. Exploded everywhere. So 2 jumps and a pistol. Jump, run into corner. Jump into pistol. I think it's the same. Yeah, jump into pistol. Jump, jump. And as you saw, I messed up a few bits there. But usually the jump pistol. More times than not, that's where you should realistically end on a level 3 fight. Although if you got a bit better, more damage, you could probably end it just before then. Let's just do it one more time with level 7, with level 3, and then
Shantae.
keep saying level 7, but that's 7 damage, not level 7 sword. See if it overkill if that was the case.
Risky boost. Ninja blade. Ninja blade.
So that's about the bulk of the script that you should see more times than not. I would just simply say, if you want to see more of the scriptures in general, because I haven't seen the later part of the script for a long time, so just get into the fight and just basically just dodge her, just see what she does after that, and then if you need to learn, if you need that kind of additional scripture, then there's always that option. Other than that, let's just close this tutorial off, because yeah, it's pretty much the Slide of Doom. Again, if you're familiar with Half Genie Hero speedrunning in general, this will look very familiar, because the Slide of Doom is no different from most categories. So, as I say, it's a case of just memorising this pathway. Do not fall down into the pit, and you are safe. Of course, you have the advantage of having Ninja Shantae in this case, so if you want to use Ninja Vanish, that's entirely your choice. The only reason I don't is because I'm so used to dealing without it. When it comes to this part, because I've done it so many times in other Shantae mode categories. Yeah, it's just a case of jumping over holes and grabbing rings. not really much I can really say to add to that effect. This is basically just a formality. Alright, so now we're coming to the end. Time will be when the screen fades to white completely. And that'll be time. And that's Ninja Mode. In just under 4.5 hours. Tutorial part's probably 2 minutes. Always the best it is, just me trying to do the sections right. We won't go into the actual story and what goes on at the end because things, to put it simply, things happen at the end there. We don't need that. Yes, sir.
Thanks for playing.
$45.08. Oh dear. Not the best of runs, but yeah. GG's. And that's pretty much Ninja Mode.
Shantae, half genie hero.
So, that being said, for the purposes of the tutorial, I will call it there. Well, in terms of the tutorial, I'll call it so I know where to cut off the video, but I'm going to probably call it a night anyway in a bit, but I'll just have a few words afterwards. But in general, hope you enjoyed the tutorial, and we'll get this put up soon. So, that's that. So, for this point on, tutorial is now over. Funny thing is, my PB's 25, like under 25 minutes, so a good amount of that was me trying to get sections done well. So it is what it is, but as I say, yeah, I'm gonna highlight it at some point soon. But yeah, I'm definitely drained now. Yeah, may need to try and find a way to edit that down a little bit. Either that, or I just have to put some time stamps on there to basically say, okay, this. You know, this is the actual talking about it, and this is attempting to do it. So, pick your point. No, other than that, yeah, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm a bit drained out. That's about it, really. So, hope you enjoy yourself. Take care. It ain't gonna be a YouTube upload because it's too long. So I'll have to say to the console to be able to do that. It'd be a Twitch highlight. Yeah. Hope you guys take care. Catch you around next time. So for now, have a good one.